अंदर से भेज देना. Hello. So today already GS Prelims Paper-1 has been done. Okay. 2026 Prelims के लिए तो पेपर आ चुका है. If we need to analyze this paper, okay, then one thing is very clear कि UPSC has changed its trend. लोग बोलेंगे कि कुछ ट्रेंड चेंज नहीं हुआ है क्योंकि अभी पेपर आ चुका है, तो आफ्टर लुकिंग द पेपर इट लुक्स लाइक दैट नो ट्रेंड हैज बीन चेंज, बट समवन हु इज appearing from the exam hall, definitely for that student trend has been little bit change here. So difficulty level हम लोग discuss करेंगे, how many questions have been covered from different subject, static, current affair, everything we are going to discuss, and after that we will going to give solution subject wise also. So stay tuned over here itself. Okay, so सबसे पहले हम we are going to discuss कि statics से how many questions came actually. So statics total questions 55 direct questions out of 100 in GS paper 1 direct questions. Current affairs से 20 questions were there, 20 questions direct recent event based question जिसको हम लोग बोल सकते हैं कि this they are purely current affair questions. तो one thing is clear कि static is still in dominant position में है, and some questions थे दो static plus current affairs both we can have, they were around 25 questions. Okay, so around 80% papers were that is around static. That is the reason I used to say that whenever you start your preparations, focus on static first, current affair later. Okay, now most dominant subject कौन रहा है? Most dominant subject economy and history plus art and culture. Okay, most dominant subject अगर कोई है, अगर हम history, in the history if I am going to add art and culture also, then total questions were 21, and then definitely economy, that is around 19 questions, and followed by basically अगर देखा जाए then polity 15, science and tech 14 questions were here. Okay, so this is the case over here is. So now next thing कि इस बार पॉलिटी से क्वेश्चंस थोड़े कम हो गए, बट अगेन पॉलिटी का एवरेज इफ वी सी इट वाज ऑलवेज 15. सो फर्स्ट हिस्ट्री स्कोर बढ़ा दिया इस बार हिस्ट्री ने, ज्योग्राफी थोड़ा कम हो गया. इन दिस टाइम जो ज्योग्राफी के क्वेश्चंस थे दे वर नॉट फ्रॉम द कंसेप्ट बेस्ड ज्योग्राफी क्वेश्चंस, ट्रेंड हैज बीन चेंज्ड कंप्लीटली फॉर द ज्योग्राफी. नाउ डिफिकल्टी वाइज अगर देखा जाए वी विल गोइंग टू डिस्कस दैट ऑल्सो अबाउट इट. नेक्स्ट थिंग दैट वी नीड टू डिस्कस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन साइड. आई टोल्ड यू कि इकोनॉमी से अराउंड टोटल 19 क्वेश्चंस वर हियर. टोटल इकोनॉमी से जो की एरियाज इकोनॉमी में कवर हुए दे आर बॉन्ड, एमएसएमई, फिनटेक, आरबीआई, पावर्टी, ई कॉमर्स मॉडल. उसके बाद नेक्स्ट सेक्शन दैट वी नीड टू लुक हिस्ट्री. हिस्ट्री से लाइक 13 क्वेश्चंस लाइक एंशिएंट, मॉडर्न, मिडविल, जिसमें वैदिक, हड़प्पन एंड फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल हैज बीन कवर्ड ओवर हियर. उसके बाद आर्ट एंड कल्चर, इफ वी ऐड हिस्ट्री एंड आर्ट एंड कल्चर टुगेदर देन वी विल गोइंग टू देख कि टोटल क्वेश्चंस वर अराउंड 20 or 21 questions from history if art and culture is a part of it, जिसमें क्लासिकल म्यूजिक, टेम्पल्स, पेंटिंग एंड बुद्धिस्ट आइकोनोग्राफी यहाँ से क्वेश्चन है. नेक्स्ट थिंग आपको देखा पॉलिटी. पॉलिटी में अराउंड 15 क्वेश्चंस थे आउट ऑफ 100, जिसमें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजंस, एथिक्स केसेस भी आए इसमें, जो कि पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन. वन इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग हैज बीन चेंज फॉर द पॉलिटी कि सम क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम द पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और पॉलिसी जो एरिया है वहां से दिस क्वेश्चंस हैव बीन आस्क्ड, एंड देन पार्लियामेंट ऑल दिस. नेक्स्ट अगर सेक्शन देखें दैट इज साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी. यहाँ से टोटल 14 क्वेश्चंस है. साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी से मोस्ट ऑफन यूपीएससी आस्क अराउंड 18 और 17 क्वेश्चंस. दिस ईयर आल्सो 14, बट लुक द क्वेश्चंस like AI, space, biotech, quantum, defense tech, blockchain. So maximum questions from this area, that is from science and technology. After that we check international relations. Total 12 questions were there, जिसमें United Nations bodies, bilateral connectivity, BIMSTEC. So BIMSTEC again came into picture for the UPSC. Next अगर हम चेक करें that is environment. Total 8 questions were asked from the environment. Again, number of questions have been reduced here, but they have added in the current affair part, जिसमें species, climate, ecosystems, static, current, blend जो current affair included the questions have been asked. Geography, I told you number of questions have been reduced compared to earlier. यहाँ से physical, political, current affair linked geography questions had been asked, like Madhav National Park, Andaman and Nicobar Island, such questions, or UNESCO sites. So okay, these questions like geopark, such questions have been asked from the geography. करंट अफेयर सेक्शंस में देखें अगर ओके टोटल करंट अफेयर 3 दैट लाइक नोबेल प्राइज, फिल्म अवार्ड्स, ग्रैंड स्लैम, डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चंस कमिंग फ्रॉम दिस एरिया. जो यूपीएससी स्टूडेंट्स यूज्ड टू neglect, even UPSC also never going to ask such questions, but they have came back now actually, because already we have think trend has been changed. Earlier also question they have asked on the chess. Now देखो नोबेल प्राइज, फिल्म अवार्ड्स, ग्रैंड स्लैम, टेनिस, यहाँ से क्वेश्चंस स्टार्ट आस्किंग. Miscellaneous, then total 100 questions have been done over here. So this was the total number of questions per subject with UPSC weightage analysis I have given you. Next thing that you have to focus, for example, difficulty level, ki whether paper was difficult or not. So yes, if we need to check from the previous year, okay, 2025 UPSC prelims, then this 2026 paper, yes, on difficult side, okay, on difficult side, okay, because of nature of questions they have changed. Okay, so like for example, agar easy direct easy questions देखें, total 11 questions were direct easy in the sense direct recall based, definitional or single concept analysis. You easily you can answer those questions. So earlier these questions used to be more easy questions. Earlier easy questions used to be like 20-30 questions, but this time the number has been reduced to 11 only. Next come the moderate. Moderate is high, that is 73. Again, what is moderate for me that can be difficult for you, what is moderate for me that can be easy for you also. Okay, so that is the cases, but still if I am taking on an average moderate questions were 73, जिसमें multi statement analysis require conceptual clarity, and difficult questions definitely there were 16 to 17, even up to 20 questions they were difficult because they were high specificity. If you have read such a statement then only you can answer. If you missed that news, if you missed that concept, then definitely, or suppose example, if you missed that concept or information, definitely you cannot answer. That is very difficult questions. They were around 16 to 20. So one thing is clear, this year paper little bit on difficult side, okay, compared to earlier. Next is, for example, current affair. Yeah, as I told you, paper was still dominant by static questions only. Current affair 27. Again, these current affairs were not direct current affairs. These current affair questions was, they were actually blend with the static portion. So even though even you know that current affair part, if you do not know that static portion, then you cannot answer. So static was still dominant form. Like static plus current affair, there was total 10 questions were here. So now we can see कि more number of questions from the static only. So definitely 70 to 30 अगर हम on an average देखें, then 70% से ज़्यादा plus paper is stick on static side only. That is the reason is, if you have to prepare for the UPSC, focus more on static side compared to the current affair part. Okay, so now क्वेश्चंस फॉर्मेट एनालिसिस, मल्टीपल स्टेटमेंट 62 क्वेश्चंस, कंसेप्चुअल वाले टोटल 13 क्वेश्चंस, फैक्चुअल मींस डायरेक्ट रिकॉल सिंगल करेक्ट आंसर टोटल 8, पेयर बेस्ड टोटल 4 क्वेश्चंस वर देयर, दैट मींस आइडेंटिफाई करेक्ट और इनकरेक्ट पेयर्स, दिस इज कॉमन यूपीएससी फॉर्मेट, टोटल 4 क्वेश्चंस वर देयर. मैच द फॉलोइंग में अगेन टोटल 4 क्वेश्चंस वर देयर, एंड देन असर्शन बेस्ड जो क्वेश्चंस होते हैं कॉम्प्लेक्स रीजनिंग वाले, दैट क्वेश्चंस वर फॉर एग्जांपल टोटल 3, एप्लीकेशन बेस्ड 3, टेबल फॉर्मेट बस 2 एक्चुअली क्वेश्चंस, मैप और लोकेशन बेस्ड टोटल 1 क्वेश्चंस, स्पेशली ऑफ स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मस टाइप, दैट वाज इन द न्यूज ओनली, करेक्ट. सो अगर आपने यूपी लेगेसी आईएएस का करंट अफेयर सेशन अगर आप देखते होगे, लाइक फ्रॉम जो 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock एवरी डे दैट गो लाइव, तो वहां पे दीज थिंग्स हैव बीन कवर्ड इन आवर क्लासरूम प्रोग्राम. नेक्स्ट इज फॉर एग्जाम्पल, एज आई टोल्ड यू, डिफिकल्टी स्प्रेड अगर देखें इकोनॉमी के केसेस में, इजी साइड फॉर एग्जाम्पल 4th एंड मॉडरेट साइड टोटल 14 एंड डिफिकल्ट साइड 1 टोटल 19. पॉलिटी साइड में देखें तो मॉडरेट 9 एंड इजी 2 एंड देन डिफिकल्ट अगेन 4. डिफिकल्ट 4 कौन से थे, दैट इज इथिक्स केस बेसिस, जो पब्लिक एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और गवर्नेंस ओरिएंटेड क्वेश्चंस थे दोज. Again, history side इस बार yes it was difficult paper because easy was 0. Definitely history side paper was difficult. There is no doubt about it. अगर कुछ लोग बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं this was easy, definitely उनके लिए easy हो सकता है 1 or 2 students के लिए, but on an average we have to see those who are appearing for the prelims exam, history paper was on difficult side. मॉडरेट देखो उसमें 8 है एंड डिफिकल्ट साइड 5. मैक्सिमम देखो डिफिकल्ट अगर हम देखें, मैक्सिमम डिफिकल्ट कमिंग फ्रॉम द हिस्ट्री, और मैं आर्ट एंड कल्चर का भी ऐड कर दें, only 2 were easy and 5 were on moderate side. Okay, then geography again moderate sides question, but difficult nahi bol sakte. If someone is following current affairs properly, someone is following current events properly, then definitely geography was not that difficult side, but moderate it was there. Environment again moderate, and then 3 were on difficult side, correct. So जो मेन प्रॉब्लम्स जो आया है इस समय, फॉर एग्जांपल इवन साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी पे जो क्वेश्चंस थे, आई विल नॉट से इजी, बट डेफिनेटली क्वेश्चंस वर नॉट डिफिकल्ट आल्सो फ्रॉम द साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, दे वर डूएबल. अगर दोज हु आर फॉलोइंग बेसिकली द क्लासेस ऑफ प्रखर सर हियर इन द लेगेसी आईएएस, दे नो दैट most of the questions that is coming from the science and technology, they were doable easily. Anyone can do those questions easily. Next is okay, so direct current affair questions like जो 2024 2025 के current affair के questions से, they were total 20. like for example Nobel 2024, BAFTA, Boong, AI Summit, Madhav Tiger Reserve, Germany visit, they were actually current affair. Static concept by current affair hook अगर लगा दें, then REDD, UICO, Tech Series, Silk, Sagarmala 2 and 0, these questions. Science and technology recent launches जो हुए like Dhruv 64 chip, or for example Genome India, Bharat Forecast System, BIS Bomb Standard, this for example Genome India, all these programs have been covered in our class also. So that is yes current affair type questions were there. like environment में निरंतर, RED++, India certification, LT leads, BOR4 and GHG greenhouse gas, that is reports that has been covered over here. Now okay, so these things have been covered. Next is what type of questions have been asked. I told you key trend observed अगर देखा जाए तो economy dominates at 19% total question like fintech, RB, NBFC, bonds, poverty indices. This is must prepare area. Science and technology 14 questions जिसमें AI, space, blockchain, genetics, that is new UPSC priority. Next is for example is static, the remain the king, 55 questions directly they were from the static only. And then ancient history remains tough this time. Vedic economy, Harappan, inference, Tamilkam, high difficult area there was. Ethics, this is the new trend this time. This is the new trend actually. Case studies in polity, not just law but real world application there was. This is the new entry this time in the UPSC. Earlier such questions not have been asked, but this time this has been asked. International relations growth, 12 questions like bilateral, United Nations connectivity, that is growing paperweight this time. Environment current convergence also like species plus climate policy plus India's commitment, integration preparation needed over there. So this is basically the current analysis of this particular paper. So yes, right now I can't say about anything UPSC cutoff, but yes, this is clear key cutoff will not go above actually. Like whatever the cutoff last year was like 92.66. I will check later after CSAT paper only. I can decide 100% whether this cutoff will going to increase or decrease. But till now, if I have to ask, then definitely cutoff will not going to above 92.66. But again, we need to wait till the CSAT paper. And some other okay students when they will come over there, then they will tell what papers from their point of view, then only I can finalize what is the cutoff can be. But definitely ये clear है कि paper easy नहीं था, ऐसा नहीं बोलना है कि paper was easy. Correct. So for example is someone like for example scoring in this particular paper, if someone is scoring like for example 100 plus easily, if someone is scoring, score is coming like 100 plus easily, definitely you have to prepare for the mains exam. Agar someone, anyone who is getting in GS paper 1 100 plus, okay, then please don't waste your time. Again, CSAT maybe your score should be more than 67, okay, more than 67. And in GS paper 1, in this paper, if someone is getting 100 plus, here I am talking about general category, not to the reserve category. So reserve category but definitely require less number, but in general category if someone is getting 100 plus, then without second thought you have to prepare for the right answer key. Definitely you have to wait for the UPSC. This time UPSC will going to release the answer copy, answers this key, so you can match with answer key. तो यहाँ पे UPSC के आंसर की के हिसाब से अगर आपके आ रहे 100 plus, then please be sure you have to prepare for the UPSC mains without any doubt. Yes, if you require any help for the UPSC mains like regarding answer writing practices, Okay, like for example our toppers like rank 39, like rank 45, okay, like rank 53, like rank 141, these individuals have taken help from here itself regarding means answer writing program, and because of that they got this rank. So you also can approach to the Legacy IAS, and here you are going to get help regarding the answer writing practice program for the mains exam. Okay, so those who are getting this much 100 plus, please be assured, don't waste time and prepare. And those who are getting for example below like for example 80, below 80 or below 75, below 80 or below 75, then you have to prepare again for the next time. Again, I am not basically demotivating you, but this score is less, okay, but someone is getting 100 plus, एकदम clear है that you have to prepare for the mains exam. Clear this? So now definitely other sirs will come over there and they are going to discuss about the paper.
So if you look at the question that is asked in geography this year in UPSC Prelims examination, the first question we see is in set D, which is 23rd. Question is related to with reference to climate of Andaman and Nicobar Island. Which of the following statements is or are correct? So first, the climate can be defined as humid tropical coastal climate. This is absolutely correct because you know that Andaman Nicobar is a two group of island, Andaman group in the north and Nicobar group you have the south. So this entire island is basically located in the tropical latitude because the southernmost part start from somewhere about 6°4' north latitude. So yes, it has tropical climate. Plus because it is an island, so it is obvious any island will definitely have a coastal type of climate. Plus because you have large volume of water vapor evaporating here, it is also a humid climate. So humid tropical coastal, correct. Second, it receives rainfall from both southwest monsoon and northeast monsoon. This is also correct. The Andaman Nicobar Island is one of the few regions of India where you have rainfall from both, and the reason is again because of its location. It is surrounded by sea from both sides. So during the month of summer, the southwest monsoon brings rainfall, while during the month of winter, you have the northeast monsoon also causing some amount of rainfall. Third is maximum precipitation is between December and May. This is incorrect. Even though winter and summer both type of rainfall is recorded in the Andaman Nicobar Island, the maximum precipitation is recorded in the month of June to August as such. That means from the southwest monsoon during the summer monsoon. So that's why if you look at the correct answer would be B, 1 and 2 only. Then if you go to question number 24, again it is a core geography, Indian geography question. Which of the following geographical features or phenomena is associated with the peninsular block of India? Now, if you look at this peninsular block itself, this you have to study in chapter 1 of geography, which deals with the physiographical regions of India. And in physiographical regions of India, we have discussed extensively the characteristic and feature of peninsular block. The submergence of parts of western coast due to tectonic activity. This is correct. Western coast of the peninsular block is example of submergent coast. Eastern coast example of emergent coast. So submergence, that's why you have Western Ghat created in the form of fault mountain. Presence of residual mountain ranges such as Velikonda Hill, Mahendragiri Hill. These are the part of Eastern Ghats range, and Eastern Ghats is considered as part of the peninsular block. So this is correct. Plus, there are also example of residual mountain ranges. Residual mountain ranges means these are the old fold mountain, but due to extensive erosion for millions and millions of years, their height has reduced significantly, and now they are standing just few 100-meter tall as such. So yes, it is residual mountain range. Mahendragiri in the Odisha, Velikonda Hill is located in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Then third, deep V-shaped river valleys formed by the fast flowing river. This is incorrect. Deep and V-shaped river valleys are characteristics of the Himalayan system where rivers are coming from a very high elevation, and because of their rapid flow, high velocity, they create deep and narrow valley, creating a V-like shape. On the other hand, in peninsular block, majority of the rivers form which kind of valley? The answer would be it is relatively shallow and broad valley. So they resemble kind of U shape. So third statement would be incorrect statement. First and second is correct statement. That means for this 24th also, the correct option should be B. Then coming next to the question number 29, again you have in geography. Question number 29 relates to the Lake Turkana. Lake Turkana, you have to find out which of the following statements are correct. So it is the largest desert lake in the world. This is absolutely correct. Lake Turkana is considered as largest and permanent desert lake in the world. Permanently, it has desert kind of climate. Lake is situated in South Sudan. This is incorrect. Majority of lake is situated in the East African countries of Kenya and eastern fringe of Sahara Desert. Obviously not. The lake is listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site and is also referred as the Jade Sea. So this is true. Jade Sea, why it is called as Jade Sea? Because the color of water is kind of greenish in nature, and because of greenish color, the resemblance with jet gemstone, and that's why we can say the correct answer would be 1 and 3 only. So B here. Then coming to the next one, we have 35. Very interesting question asked about from the river system of India. Identify the river of Indian subcontinent to the basis of the following information. It has an antecedent drainage system. Antecedent drainage system here means that rivers are relatively much more older than the landmass through which it flows through. So when you talk about the Himalayan rivers, earlier you have Indo-Brahm river that used to exist. When Himalayas began to rise up, these Indo-Brahm rivers separated into three systems: Indus river system, Ganga river system, and Brahmaputra river system. So Indus, Ganga, or Brahmaputra, these can be considered as an example of antecedent. Indus or Brahmaputra more specifically can be considered as an antecedent drainage system. Second, it flows through three countries. Three countries, again you have three rivers: Indus river, Satluj river, and Brahmaputra river. Now, third, it originates in the Tibetan Plateau and is an important river for irrigation. And fourth, it does not form distributary. So in these cases, we can have some confusion. But when it writes that it does not form distributaries, that means the only possibility we have is of Indus River. Because both, we know, Brahmaputra River forms multiple channels, multiple distributaries along with the Ganga River, and they form the largest delta in the world. Similarly, Satluj River also forms distributary, and then we have the Tista River as such. So the correct answer here would be B, that is river Indus. Then this is again expected question from the river system. UPSC every year asks question from the river system itself. Then coming to the 40th question. 40th question is related to the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this is expected question because of the Israel-US versus Iran war. We have seen Strait of Hormuz is continuously making news headlines. So the question that is asked is based on the geographical knowledge or understanding of the area. So if I draw this side, you have the Iran, and the other side you have the Arabian Peninsula, and this narrow region connecting the Persian Gulf to the Gulf of Oman is the region what we call as a narrow stretch of Strait of Hormuz as such. So ships from which of the following countries have to cross the Strait of Hormuz to reach out to Indian Ocean? The correct answer would be B, because Bahrain is located here and Qatar. Both of these countries are located in Persian Gulf. So 1 and 3 is correct. Syria, no. Syria, why? Because Syria is located somewhere far away from Persian Gulf, and they need a land route, and then through land route they can access the Mediterranean Sea, and then through the Gulf Suez Canal they can enter the Indian Ocean. Same goes for Egypt also. Egypt also is located along the Red Sea area. So directly from Red Sea through the Bab el-Mandab Strait, they can enter the Indian Ocean. That means the correct option here would be B, 1 and 3 only. Then next question is 49. That is geography question. Which of the following statement with regard to India's indigenous new high resolution weather model, the Bharat forecast system, is or are correct? Its objective is to generate forecast at the Panchayat cluster level. So recently the IMD, Indian Meteorological Department, has come up with the Bharat forecast system. It is to overall increase the efficiency and overall the aerial coverage of this forecasting system. So to generate forecast at the Panchayat cluster level, it is correct because it is going to forecast over a small block of 6 km to 6 kilometers as such. Second, it was developed by IIT Delhi. It is incorrect. It was developed by IMD, that is Indian Meteorological Department, and IITM Pune as such. So correct answer here would be A. Then coming to the next one that we have is 75. Right. So 75, again the question is related to which of the following statement with regard to India's deep ocean mission is correct? It was launched by Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Matas 6000 had been designed to carry 3 people for deep sea exploration. Samudrayan is a project under the mission as such. So first statement is correct. It is incorrect. It is not launched by Ministry of Ports and Shipping. It is launched by Ministry of Earth Sciences. Such Matas 6000, it is designed so that it can carry the crew at the depth of 6000 meters below the sea level as such. So the correct answer here would be 2 and 3, that is B. Then next we have is question number 86. If you look, 86. Consider the following statement about river bridges connecting India with the neighboring country as such. So again, it is a current affair based question. First is the river bridge called as Matri Setu. Matri Setu is built over the Feni River. Feni River is a river flowing in the state of Odisha along the border of Bangladesh. Connects Ramgarh in India with Sabroom in Bangladesh. Now this is where UPSC has tricked you because Ramgarh is located in Bangladesh. Sabroom is the town located in the district of Tripura. So yes, Matri Setu is connecting and built over Feni River, but it does not connect these two towns, and the placement of this town has been made incorrect as such. Jhula Ghat suspension bridge connect India with Myanmar, no, it connect India with Nepal as such. Mechi bridge and its approaches connect Panitanki bypass in India with Kakkarvitta in Nepal. This Mechi bridge was also in news. So correct answer here would be 1 and 2 are correct. This is the only third is the only correct option here. That is the 86 as such. So these were the overall questions that was asked in geography. So we can see pattern wise, not a lot of questions from core geography has been asked. Majority of questions are trying to check your knowledge about the recent happenings, current affairs, and also places in news as such.
Good afternoon, everyone. Students, am I audible to all of you? Okay. So now we are going to start history questions, है ना? Which has been asked in UPSC Prelims 2026. So first of all, let me tell you that this time UPSC has asked moderate to tough questions in history. And this year, UPSC has asked large number of questions from ancient with respect to art and culture, as well as some of the questions from modern India. So let's start with those questions. Like the first question, very first question in set D paper, as you can see, consider the following assertion: in Pleistocene period, either the Yamuna once flowed into the Indus or Satluj flowed into the Yamuna, and one of the major tributary of either had shifted from Ganga to Indus or vice versa. है ना? So let me tell you that earlier, even in Indus Valley civilization also, so there was one river, Saraswati river. So Yamuna was one of the important tributary of Saraswati river. And Satluj was also one of the important river of Saraswati river. Later, because of the, you can say, change in the course of the river, Satluj became the tributary of Indus and Yamuna have joined Ganga water river system. ठीक है? So this statement is there. Now the question is asking here. Now this is the new pattern that UPSC has asked this year. Clear? This is the new pattern. Which of the following is or are the basis of above assertion? First, Nadi Shukta of Rig Veda. So this is not correct. Clear? Nadi Shukta hymn of Rig Veda does not mention about this, first of all, Pleistocene period. Clear? So this statement is wrong here. Second, explorations of Satluj and the Yamuna by Robert Bruce Foote. You know who was Robert Bruce Foote? Robert Bruce Foote, first of all, so try to understand, he came to South India and while excavation, he found some of these stone tools in Pallavaram area, which is adjacent to Chennai. And that is why Pallavaram is considered as one, it is considered as first discovered site in Paleolithic period. Clear? So his explorations was related to stone tools. Nowhere it is mentioned his explorations of Satluj and Yamuna by him. So this is also wrong here. Third is the presence of same species dolphins in both Indus and Ganga river system. This is correct. Okay. So first and second are wrong. So here the answer should be option D. Clear? Answer should be option D. Fine. So first answer should be D. Now, second question, what does an empty seat represent in early Buddhist iconography? What does an empty seat represent? Early Buddhist iconography. So first of all, Buddha's Mahaparinirvan. No, this is not correct. Empty seat represent in early Buddhist iconography. It is something related to the meditation of Buddha. When Buddha was in meditation, received enlightenment, it is associated with option A. Clear? Various sources mentions that. So it is not related to Mahaparinirvan. Mahaparinirvan later it was shown in the form of reclining Buddha, which is also there in Ajanta cave and various arts. Clear? So here the answer should be option A. Now third question is directly from your notes only. Which of the following pairs of ancient modern names of river correctly match? First, Vitasta. Vitasta is the name of Jhelum river. Askini is the name of Chenab river. Parushni, river Ravi, this is correct. Then Yavyavati, Byas, this is wrong. Byas is considered as Vipasha. Clear? It is considered as Vipasha, as you can see here. We have already discussed in the class. Yavyavati, it is related to Chitrang river, present day Haryana and Rajasthan region. So this is also wrong. Now the question is asking correctly matched. So here only 3. Option C is the right answer. Clear? Okay. Now next question. Which of the following statements on Amravati Stupa and its relief culture correct? So this is related to art and culture. It is located in the lower valley of Krishna Valley. है ना, Krishna Valley, it is correct. In India, it was next only to Sachi Stupa in size. Next only to Sachi Stupa. No, it is taller than Sachi Stupa, so this statement is wrong. Okay, then the third, Amravati School of Sculpture made lasting impact on later South Indian sculpture, as well as its products were carried to Sri Lanka and Southeast Asia. Sri Lanka was also the center of Buddhism, and Amravati is also associated with Satavahana school. There are various evidences of maritime trade and commerce. So this is correct. So the answer should be here is 1 and 3. Option B. Clear? Now next, which of the following pairs of the king of his dynasty in early historical Tamilkam not correctly matched? Senguttavan, Chera. Senguttavan also called as good Chera. Clear? Or red Chera. So this is correct. Okay, Udayan Jeral was the initial ruler in Chera dynasty. So this is wrong. And question is asking not correctly matched. So this is wrong here. Nedun Jelian, Pandya, this is correct. But question kya पूछ रहा है? Not correctly matched. So here option B, 2 only. Fine. So this is also we have discussed in the class, as you can see. All these things we have discussed in class. Then which of the following factors contributed to the formation of forward bloc by Subhash Chandra Bose in 1939? This is a direct question from India's struggle of independence. Clear? Under chapter number 29, direct question पूछा गया है. First, Bose failed to, है ना? It is related to forward bloc, which was formed by Subhash Chandra Bose in 1939. Bose failed to win the confidence of Mahatma Gandhi. This is correct. It is also related to the conflict between Bose and Mahatma Gandhi. Second, the Congress left wing was disunited and failed to support Bose. This is also correct. Like Acharya Narendra Dev, clear, Jayaprakash Narayan and all. Then third, communists did not support Bose in his endeavors. Nowhere it is written communists have supported. Clear? So we'll take it as the wrong statement here. Okay? Then option 4, the supporters of M.N. Roy and socialist leaders like Jayaprakash Narayan, they preferred Congress unity to support Bose. This is correct. So here option B is the correct answer. Fine? Okay? So option B, 1, 2 and 4. Now next, it is related to the British policy in Awadh immediately after his annexation in 1856. Fine. So in this question, the talukdars were disposed of their estate but allowed to retain their arms and forts. No, talukdars were completely disposed. They were disarmed also. Their titles were also taken. So this statement is wrong here. Fine. Second statement, a summary revenue settlement was made in 1856, assuming that talukdars were outsiders. This is correct. Then British believed in taking revenue directly from peasants by removing talukdars. Yes, now there should be no other revenue collectors or no middlemen. That is why they removed these talukdars and they started taking revenue directly. So option 2 and 3. Option A is the correct answer. Fine. Now, consider the following assertion. The genesis of political alliances based on community lay in the very nature of Montagu-Chelmsford reforms 1919. Which of the following statements support the above assertion? First, reforms retained an extended principle of separate electorate. Yes, in Government of India Act 1919, in this separate electorate were extended to other communities like Sikh. Clear? Then Anglo-Indians, Indian-born Christians. So it is extended. Then separate electorate were supposed to counter Indian nationalism, which was growing stronger. This is also correct. Part of divide and rule policy. Then third, deprived classes, they rallied around the favors inherent in separate electorate. So this is also correct here. Clear? So here all these statements are correct. So option D should be the right answer. Online students, this much is clear to all of you? Okay. Next is Pandit Mallika Arjun Mansoor, the famous classical singer from Karnataka. He represented in Jaipur Atroli Gharana. And Jaipur Atroli Gharana is known for its clarity of notes. Fine. Gharana system is a part of Hindustani classical music. Clear? So, ये unexpected question था जो UPSC ने पूछा है. Clear? Okay. Then next, in which of the following text does the term Kshetra Patni, mistress of the field, originate? See, Kshetra Patni, mistress of the field. Clear? जिसको मान लीजिए नहीं भी आता होगा, तो अगर आपने एक चीज पढ़ी हुई है, that plowshare ritual was started, which is mentioned in later Vedic period, and it is also a part of Shatapat Brahman of Yajur Ved also. Clear? So remember this thing, है ना? And it is also mentioned in various other texts. Clear? So here the answer would be Atharveda. Okay, here the answer would be Atharveda. Fine. Option B is the right answer. Clear? It is mentioned in Atharveda. Okay, so option B is the right answer. Next, which of the following which of the following Carnatic music ragas is similar to Raga Bilawal in Hindustani music? Option D, Dhira Shankara Bharnam. Dhira Shankara Bharnam, their notes tone are almost identical in nature. Clear? So option D is the right answer. Then next, the artificially fixed rupee sterling exchange rate prescribed by Hilton Young Commission 1926, adopted by the British government for which of the following reasons? See, it was basically related to gold exchange plan. Okay, gold standard plan. Okay, so option D here, preventing depreciation of the rupee in terms of gold. Clear? So option D is the correct answer here. Then next, Pali texts contain the first definite references to coin Kahapana, Nikka, Kamsa and Kakanika. The literary evidence from Pali text is corroborated by archaeological evidence of Panchmark coins from many sites. Most of them were silver. Now, this is associated with emergence of urban life and transition to money economy. This is something related to 6th century BC. We have already discussed in the class in ancient India. Clear? So here option C is the right answer. Fine? Okay. Now next, which of the following temple has or have Nagara style Shikra? See, Malegiti Shivalaya Badami, Dravidian style. Then Uchi Maliguri temple, Ayol, again Dravidian style. Dashavatara temple, Devgarh, this is in Nagara style. And this Pattadakal temple, Virupaksh temple, again Dravidian style. So here option C, 3 only. Fine. So this is a simple question, easy question. Then among 4 main forms of existence of life recognized in Jainism, which one of the following is not included? See, Yaksha, demigods, they are not included. See, according to Jain cosmology, 4 things are there: Dev, Manushya, then Triyanch, animals and plants, and last is Narka. Narka means inferner or hell being. So Narka is not mentioned here, rather Narka they have mentioned Yaksha. So this is wrong. So option B is the correct answer. Okay, for 15th. Then next, Halli Sallasya painting in Bagh cave represent joyous folk dance. Clear? It is not related to Buddha and meditative force. It is not related to Shiva and Parvati. Clear? Shiva and Parvati हो भी नहीं सकता. Bagh caves are Buddhist caves. Clear? तो ऐसे आप क्या कर सकते हैं? Eliminate कर सकते हैं. Samudra Manthan cannot be there. So option A is the correct answer. Then consider the following statements related to the use of place value system in India. First, earliest epigraphic use of place value system in India found in Mankani plates from Gujarat, also called as Sankheda. Okay, so this is considered as correct. Then second, in 19th century, place values became general in inscription all over India. This is accurate thing. Clear? Then the place values have been found in Sanskrit inscription in Southeast Asia as early as 17th century. Yes, because with Southeast Asia we have cultural relations. So this is also correct. So here the answer should be option D. Clear? Okay. Now next, question number 18th. So consider the following statement about archaeological findings in Harappa town. First, there is wide occurrence of spindle holes in the houses but absence of spinning wheels. Weights and measurement scales complete with graduations have been discovered. Third, there have been houses built in large part with baked bricks around relatively spacious courtyard with their own wells, bathing platforms and large rooms. Now the question is asking which of the following inferences can be drawn from these statements. Statement first suggests spinning was a laborious activity done at home. This is correct. Second statement suggests extent of scientific knowledge that the Harappans possess. This is also correct, like weights and measurements were there. Then third suggests emergence of a common property system. No, as you can see here, large part with baked bricks around relatively courtyard with their own wells. Okay, it is something related to the private property system, not common property. So this is wrong. So here 1 and 2, option A is correct. Then next, 19th question, which of the following statement about Eka and Bardoli Satyagraha is correct? Eka movement was throughout organized by the Congress, while Bardoli Satyagraha was initially independent of Congress. This is wrong. Then Eka movement was provided leadership by the Talukdars of Awadh, whereas Bardoli was movement of landless laborers. This is also wrong. Bardoli Satyagraha was campaign against the enhancement of land revenue. This is correct, led by the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. Eka movement was a protest against excessive extensions of rents by zamindars, landlords, and it is a part of non-cooperation movement also. Eka movement took place in 1921 to 22. Bardoli Satyagraha 1927 to 28. So option C is the correct answer here. Okay. Now, last question. Which of the following statement regarding correct about Rig Vedic period? Irrigation from wells allowed agriculture to expand away from flood plains and strips on river margins into the present Punjab and Haryana plains, having underground water levels reasonably close to the surface. Second, drought animal power was employed to draw up water out of the wells. Which of the following information support the above statement? First, there is evidence in the Rig Veda of use of Ashma Chakra, stone pulley wheel. It is correct. And a Hawa strapped wooden pails to draw up the water. This is correct. Then it has been mentioned that it has been made in the Rig Vedic use of implements like Parashu Kulishka axe and Datra Sreni sickle. These things are not used for the irrigation, first of all. These things are used for farming. But the question, if you see, it is something related to the irrigation thing. This is wrong. Then third, there is a history of use of ox even before the Rig Veda for ploughing the land and pulling the carts. This is correct. Evidences are there in Indus Valley civilization also. So here 1 and 3. Option C is the correct answer. Okay. So these 20 questions are there in your prelims examination related to history. So the questions are moderate to difficult this time. Okay. From history, the questions were not easy this time. Clear? But don't worry. So be with Legacy IAS Academy. We are going to discuss each and everything that will help you in your preparation. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. So let's continue this discussion, and we will be carrying on with the Indian economy questions, right? So there have been around 18 to 19 questions of Indian economy that has been asked, right? So now the question, it does appear to be a difficult one. However, we will break it down very comprehensively in order to ensure that you actually get the clarity. They appear difficult at first, but they are not difficult as such. Just give us a moment. The PDF. PDF is not question paper. Yeah, this is good. Yes. That is fine. All right, so let's continue with this. So as I was mentioning, around 18 questions are from Indian economy. Now, how are these questions? See, a lot of the Indian economy questions this time around is basically related to the current affairs. If you look at the static concept of economy, only 3-4 questions are based on that or the committees that have been asked, but majorly they are related to current affairs things. So let's get started with the very first question of economy. This is set D, and the question is question number 25. So again, the question is quite big, which can itself be very overwhelming to the students. As you can see, there are 3 statements. After that, they have given 3 different further statements, and then they have asked the question. So this can basically overwhelm you, but that is the whole point of maintaining your nerves at the time of the examination. So let's have a look at the first question of economy. The statement says that consider the following statements with reference to the Sagarmala program of Government of India. Statement first. The Sagarmala program seeks to achieve port-led economic growth through cost-effective and sustainable coastal infrastructure. That is correct. In fact, all the 3 statements that they have given over here are actually correct, and the question starts after this. Second says that the success of the Sagarmala program is reflected in significant growth in coastal and inland waterway shipping along with improved global port rankings. The third statement says that Sagarmala 2.0 aims to position India as a global maritime innovation hub aligned with Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat 2047 vision. So in everything, the government has added Atmanirbhar and Viksit Bharat. So it is reflecting over here. Now they start the question by asking you, which of the following relationships among the above statements are correct? So the statements given are correct. Now you need to understand, identify what kind of relationships do these first 3 statements have among them. That is what you have to identify. So all the statements are correct, but the relationship is asked. And then they ask the first is, statement 2 validates the effectiveness of the strategies envisioned in statement 1. Does it do that? Let us have a look. So in statement 2, they are talking about the success of the program. They talked about the program here, then they talked about the success over here. So that is nothing but validation given by statement 2 for statement 1. So first statement here is going to be correct. So this statement you can mark this relationship, you can mark it as correct. The second is statement 3 extends the objectives of statement 1 by embedding them into future oriented innovation framework. Is that the case? Yes, because the statement 3 is talking about Viksit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat 2047. So that is for the future, they are talking about further development. This relation is also correct. Let's look at the third one. The third one says statement 1 contradicts statement 3 by focusing only on traditional infrastructure instead of modern infrastructure innovation. That has not been talked about. They are not contradictory in nature. The entire scheme and the Sagarmala 2.0, there is no contradiction as such in them. So you can clearly understand that in those 3 statements, did you find any contradiction? Absolutely not. So this is not even a factual or a scheme or an economy based question. This is simply a common sense based question wherein you realize all the 3 statements are correct. So you just need to find out whether they are contradicting or not, whether they are supporting each other or not. That's about it. So only the first and second one here are correct, and the correct answer here would be actually be 1 and 2. So that is actually, the student has actually marked it the right answer probably. Right. So let's move ahead with the next question. The next question with respect to economy is question number 34. Yes, so this is the question. The question asks, in what ways does the Wayanam project or international seaport represent a structural shift in India's maritime trade and logistics policy? Now, this was basically in news. So this, remember, this particular project which is there, it has everything to do with the trade of goods. And this port is going to act as a transshipment port. What is a transshipment port? See, whenever the ships are on a long journey or the goods needs to be transferred from one place to another over a longer distance, so one ship will come, will basically dock at one particular port, and then the goods will be unloaded, reloaded onto another ship, and then reach the final destination. That is the concept of transshipment. It has to do everything with the goods. So knowing this, let us try to solve the question. Statement 1 says that by functioning exclusively as a domestic cargo hub. Absolutely not. You will that is not exclusively. First of all, exclusively is an extreme statement. In this interconnected world, there is hardly anything that is exclusive. The projects, the approach, the schemes are getting more and more comprehensive. So anyway, let's move ahead. By functioning exclusively as a domestic cargo hub, to reduce reliance on coastal shipping and eliminate the need of foreign collaborators. No, you don't want to eliminate, you want to work in synergy with them. So this statement is basically going to be incorrect over here. The statement is going to be incorrect over here. First is incorrect. Now, when you know the first statement is incorrect, what happens? Two options, I think, will directly go out. Option A and option B are gone. Next, by focusing primarily on passenger cruise tourism. Absolutely not. This has everything to do with the trade in the goods. That is what it is all about. So here only you can eliminate, but still please read the entire statement. By focusing primarily on passenger cruise tourism and heritage shipping to increase Kerala's profile as a maritime heritage destination. No, it's more about the trade that we are talking about. So statement 1 is incorrect, statement 2 is incorrect. So this option C also is going to be incorrect. Now, if we further move ahead, let's look at the third statement. The third statement says, so the only option actually that is left is for you option D, that is 3 only, but still you should still read the statement. By leveraging its natural deep draft and strategic location to reduce dependence. You have to reduce dependence. Elimination, it's very difficult in a globalized world. Reduce dependence on foreign transshipment ports, enhance revenue retention, and reposition India in a regional maritime trade. Yes, that is actually correct. So the correct answer here is D, that is 3 only. Let's move on to the next one, that is question number 39. So the next question related to economy is question number 39. Let's see what's in store with us. Yes, so here it is talking about the OECO-TEX certification. All you need to, now this is a difficult question in the sense that of course it's not from the static book, static part. This is a type of certification that is provided to ensure that the product that you are consuming is free from any kind of harmful chemical. That's it. If you know just this much, let's see what the question talks about. Which of the following are the most significant implications of obtaining OECO-TEX certification for
Can I just read?
Yeah, sure. Yes, guys, I believe I'm audible now, right? So let's quickly revisit those questions that you might have not heard. Okay, chaliye. So let's go back. From where did we start? Yes, this is where we started, right? From question number 52. So let's take up the question number 52 first. Okay. So what does the question say? An e-commerce revenue model. They are talking about an e-commerce revenue model where a seller. So there is a seller basically has control over the pricing. The seller is deciding the price. All right, this much we know, but does not keep products in stock. But the seller is not keeping the stock over here. Okay, does not keep the stock and instead transfers customer orders. So there would be a customer who will make an order to the seller. So this seller is going to transfer the customer order and shipment details to the third party supplier. So this to the supplier, they will transfer that to the third party supplier, who then ships the goods directly to the customer, and the supplier will directly shift it to the customer. So they are asking, this is called what? So if you don't know the answer directly, what you can do is you can basically eliminate the other options. So let us see how this will be possible. So option B, what is option B? Affiliate revenue model. Now affiliate revenue model is basically the referral model. You know, if you give any reference to any business of a client, they will pay you some amount. So you can become an affiliate of a business by providing them business. So that is incorrect. Second, transaction fee revenue model, wherein you will be given money every time the transaction takes place on your platform. So this is also incorrect. Third is agency revenue model. There can be an organization who is hiring a firm to do marketing for them. So that is the agency that they are hiring for providing certain services. So that is agency revenue model. That is also incorrect. The only option that you are left with is option A, that is drop shipping model, wherein the seller can decide the price but does not hold any inventory, does not produce also. But when the customer gives an order, they transfer the order to the actual supplier and the producer, who then will directly transfer it to the customer. This is known as drop shipping. So I believe it can become easier by the elimination method. Right. Next, question 53rd. Which one of the following correctly represents the three key sub-indices of the financial inclusion index brought out by the RBI? Now, any index or report that comes, you should know the criteria for that. So here it's a factual statement, right? So you should factually know it, but you can still try to guess it in the sense that it is financial inclusion. So excess will be there. So two options, right? However, you would argue that excess is here also, but this is talking about only credit excess. Financial inclusion starting point is not credit excess. What did we do for financial inclusion? Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Boss, open the account first, then you can save it, micro savings, and also loans as well. So it will be comprehensively excess in general you will take. Right? Correct answer here is option C, that is excess usage and quality. After excess, why usage? Because you might have opened an account in the Jan Dhan Yojana, but are you using it? So usage is also important, and the quality. This was actually in news because our financial inclusion has further increased. It was in news few months back. So the correct answer here is option C, that is excess usage and quality. Let's move ahead to the next question. Which one of the following describes the key objectives of India's Open Network for Digital Commerce ONDC initiative? Now this ONDC initiative is to basically provide decentralized access, at the same time to break the monopoly or the power that the bigger organization may have. Not to break it down as such, that will happen, but to facilitate the others as well. Now keeping that in mind, let's read the options. To allow government control over all the digital commerce transaction. The all word is extreme over here, right? Imagine, allow government control over all digital commerce transaction. No, of course not, right? If that would have happened, there would have been a lot of outcry. This is incorrect. B, to replace private e-commerce players. No, you want private players, you want their help, you want facilitation, you want more money to be coming in. So without private sector, it's very difficult. This is also incorrect. To mandate UPI based payments for all online transactions. Again, all online transactions, again an extreme statement, right? So you will mandate them to use only UPI based payment. Not going to happen again. So this is also incorrect. The only option left is option C, which is actually the right one. To break the dominance of large e-commerce platforms by enabling interoperability across the networks. Now, on a lighter note, I keep telling my students that if you are having 4 options which are each explanatory about the term that they have asked, look out for the one which is the longest sentence. And you can see it over here, the longest sentence is actually the right answer. But please do not use this trick to actually solve the entire question. Make sure that first you have eliminated a couple of them, and maybe later on if you are left with 2 options and there is no other way to bifurcate, this is the thing that UPSC does. This is the trend analysis of the last 20-25 years of questions. Anyway, let's move ahead. And I'm saying more often than not always. Let's move ahead to the next question, which is with respect to UPI and the digital currency, right? Central bank digital currency. Which one of the following statements about unified payments interface, that is UPI, and the central bank digital currency, that is digital rupee, is not correct, is what they are asking. Okay. First, UPI is a real-time payment system. Absolutely, we know in real time you can transfer the money. But digital rupee is akin to the sovereign paper currency. Yes, absolutely right. This statement is actually right. Right. So we have the currency note, for example, the 500 rupee currency note. Okay. Now, this central bank digital currency is nothing but that sovereign currency only. It's just that it is in digital format so that the physical requirement can be reduced. So this is a correct statement. Hence, this will not be your answer. B, in case of UPI, settlement for end users happens instantly as the money gets immediately debited or credited. That is correct, right? But in case of digital rupee, there is no settlement as the wallet balance gets transferred to another wallet. That is also actually correct. There is no settlement. Just the ownership will change. Okay? So this is also a correct one. Then you have C, that is UPI transactions are recorded by banks and reflected in bank statements, but in case of digital rupee, no data is captured in bank statements as transactions are from one wallet to another. Only the ownership is changing. That is correct. The last option, in both the cases, UPI and digital rupee, the liability lies with the users and their respective banks. No, that is not the thing. Why it is not the thing? It actually goes to your core concept of economy. What is that core concept? If you have a rupee note, let's say a 500 rupee note, right? The RBI has printed it. You have the rupee note. You know, that might be an asset for you, but it is a liability for whom? It is the liability for the RBI. How is it a liability? If you look on your note, there is a pledge that is written, signed by the governor of the RBI, pledging to give you 500 rupees worth of value if you bring that 500 rupee note to the RBI, right? So basically, it's not just the individual and the respective bank, it is the liability on the Reserve Bank of India as well. So this statement is going to be incorrect, and hence this will be the right answer. That is option D will be the right answer over here. I hope that's clear. Let's move ahead to the next one, question 56. This is with respect to the real world asset tokenization. What is this asset tokenization? Basically, you might have a house, you might want to take loan on that. You will have to mortgage the entire house to get a loan. But what you can do is half of the entire house can be converted into various tokens. Let's say your 1 crore rupees worth of house is divided into 1 crore different tokens. You want a loan of 10 lakh rupees. So you don't have to mortgage the entire house. You can mortgage, let's say 30 lakh rupees worth of token in order to get, let's say, around 10 lakh rupees of loan. So that is tokenization, converting the assets into tokens, right? Let's have a look at it. First, tokenization is the process of turning real world assets into digital tokens using blockchain technology. Yes, absolutely right. So when statement 1 is correct, option B is gone. Statement 2, tokenization of real world assets offers 24/7 access, promoting financial inclusion. Yes, it does. Tokenization of real world assets will allow the access to high growth investment opportunities for individuals in India. Yes, it will allow high growth, more growth. You can monetize the asset that is there in front of you. So 3 is also correct. The correct answer is A, that is 1, 2 and 3. It was based on a very basic concept of asset tokenization. Next, question 57. It is very easy, but it can be complicated. You might be fooled over here, so pay attention. The question asks, a bond whose proceeds are used only to finance or refinance a combination of both environmental and social projects is called what? Now here, if they would have mentioned environmental projects, you would have written green bonds. Let's say not environmental, to be precise, you can say ecologically sensitive or environmentally sustainable projects related to environment, which is going to lower the let's say the carbon footprint, etc. So that will be green bonds. If it is with respect to the social projects for the society, that would be social bond with respect to society. Now what they have asked is, they have asked you environment and social together. So again, please use the help of elimination. Green bonds is for environment, social bond is for society, so they cannot be for both of them. So you would then be confused with respect to sovereign bond and sustainability bond. See, the idea of sovereign bond is very simple. Sovereign bond will be issued by the government of that particular country. So the sovereign gold bond is issued by the RBI. RBI on behalf of the government of India basically issues the sovereign gold bond. It is sovereign, it is our country's gold bond. So sovereign word here signifies the government or the country which can take its own decision. It has nothing to, so sovereign bonds can be in any domain, right? And not necessarily a combination, right? So here the only option that is left is sustainability bonds. Sustainability bonds, which talks about this, which talks about this. So C is the correct option over here. You can eliminate and get the answers. I hope that is clear. Let's move on to the next one. That is our question number 58. Right. So question number 58. Which of the following statements about M1 exchange's role in micro, small and medium enterprises? In micro, small and medium enterprises, financing are correct. So remember that this particular thing that is there, M1 exchanges, it has a function that is similar to the function of the Exim Bank. And what does Exim Bank do? It basically rediscounts the bill. Okay. So let's have a look at the options. M1 exchange provides collateral based loans to MSMEs. No, you might have doubts over here. Statement 2, M1 exchange facilitates discounting of invoices and bills. That is correct. So statement 2 is correct, but still you will have all the 3 options remaining. Let's look at statement 3. M1 exchange functions as a credit rating agency. No, it does not function as a credit rating agency. So when 2 is correct, this is gone. When 3 is incorrect, this is gone. And this is also gone. So the correct answer here will be 2, that is M1 exchanges facilitates discounting of invoices and bills of exchange for the MSMEs. I hope that's clear. Yes. Yes, guys. Any questions over here? These are simple questions. We got the answer again through the elimination. They are not credit rating agency. That's all you have to know, and it discounts the bill. Let's move ahead to the next question. That is question 59. Now, this is a very direct static question, right? From the notes directly. The statement says that, yes, which one of the following best describes the crowding out effect in the context of fiscal policy? So what is crowding out effect? Basically, the government of India will borrow too much from the market, as a result of which less money left for the private sector. So for the private sector, either there will be no money, or before that, the price of borrowing will increase. That's what crowding out effect is. Basically, the government crowds out the private sector. You go to purchase a ticket, if too much of crowd, you don't end up buying it. What is that? You were crowded out. That is the idea here. So let's look at the options. A, situation where private investment increases due to increased government spending. No, this is the crowding in effect, right? So this is incorrect. Option B, a situation where government borrowing leads to higher interest rates which reduces private investment. Yes, that is the correct option, but still make a point to read all the options. C is a situation where an increase in taxes leads to increased private sector investment. That's incorrect. A situation where government spending has no impact on aggregate demand. That is incorrect. Again, if you look, this is the longest statement in an explanatory question, and that statement is actually correct. Anyway, let's move. So the correct option here would be B, that is a situation where the government borrowing leads to higher interest rate, which of course reduces the private investment. Right? Let's move ahead. This question number 60 will be covered in the science and tech. Let's move ahead to the next question. Question number 61. So the question number 61 says, which of the following statements about insurance in aviation sector are correct? Now you see the word hull over here. You might see the word hull even in the shipping industry's insurance. But let's come back to this question. Statement 1. Aviation hull insurance covers the physical aircraft, including the body, the engine, and the onboard equipment. Now, what is hull? Hull is basically the outer body of the aircraft, the body of the aircraft, or in fact, in general, it can be an aircraft, it can be a ship. The outer body of it is basically the hull, is what it is called. So even if they would have said ships over here, this would have still made sense. But it's for aviation, which is correct. Second is, under the Montreal Convention adopted in 1999 by over 130 countries, including India, airlines are strictly liable to pay compensation to the family nominee of every deceased passenger without requiring the family to prove the fault. That is actually correct. So both will be correct over here. The statement looks extreme because generally how the insurances all work, you have to you have to prove in the sense that if a death basically, or you have a life insurance, so if a death life insurance for death via accident, in movies you will see someone has murdered them, so then the investigation will go ahead. But the idea is, in that also the onus is not on you to prove it. Yes, the insurance company can basically try to prove that it was not accident. All those things are there. So similarly, they have made it to sound extreme, but it is not. This is right. So correct answer here will be C, that is both 1 and 2. Okay. Let's look at the next question, that is 62. Which of the following statements about crowdfunding? Crowdfunding means huge number of people coming together, pooling in small amount of money. That is the idea of crowdfunding. It can be organizations as well. So first, crowdfunding is a solicitation of funds, small amount as I have mentioned, from multiple investors through a web-based platform or social networking site for a specific project. Absolutely, this is the classical definition of crowdfunding. Statement 2, small and medium enterprises are able to raise funds at lower cost of capital without undergoing rigorous procedures. Yes, they are facilitated by the RBI also, or by the regulator in general, for being able to do so. So the correct answer here would be C, that is both 1 and 2. Now, question 63rd. So here again you can see a similar pattern like last year, wherein in match the following, instead of 2 there are 3 different columns which you have to see whether they match or not. So question 63. First is R.N. Malhotra committee. Now this R.N. Malhotra committee, they are saying this is the committee name, this is the objective, and this is the organization under which it was formed. So this R.N. Malhotra committee, right, they are saying its objective was comprehensive reforms of insurance sector in India. This is correct. But they are saying that it was under the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India, which is incorrect. Simply because the R.N. Malhotra committee precedes IRDAI's establishment. IRDAI got established at the end of 1990s in 1999, and the R.N. Malhotra committee came 6-7 years before itself. So first one is not correctly matched. Let's see, can we find out something with this knowledge? Let us have a look at the options. If we know one is incorrect, Yes, so this will be gone. Do not worry about the circling of option C. This is some students' paper, right? So this option C is incorrect over here. Let's move ahead. Let's look at the second committee, LC Gupta committee. So LC Gupta committee preparing roadmap for the introduction of derivatives trading in India. This is right, and it was under SEBI, that is Securities and Exchange Board of India. So second one is actually correct over here. Now since second one is correct, what do we get? Nothing. We still only know that C is incorrect because second is there everywhere. Let us look at the third one, Urjit Patel committee. Was it under Reserve Bank of India? Yes, that's correct. But preparing roadmap for reforming bank lending to housing sector? No, it was related to the monetary policy. In fact, the monetary policy committee, which has to meet at least 4 times in a year but is meeting every 2 months, was established on the recommendation of the Urjit Patel committee. So this is also incorrectly matched. So 3 is incorrectly matched. Let's look at fourth, YH Malegam committee. Was it under Reserve Bank of India? Yes, it was. Preparing a roadmap for reforms in microfinance sector in India. That is also correct. The correct answer here should be D, that is 2 and 4. This is a factual question. You might either know it or you don't know it. It's difficult to basically guess, but at least 1 or 2 matches you can guess. For example, the very first one, the committee was established before IRDAI, so that can be incorrect. But even that is quite factual in nature. Surely. So I hope that's clear. Let's move ahead to the next question. That is question number 64. A classical static question on the NBFCs, that is non-banking financial companies. They have literally defined what it is and what its functions are. Let's have a look at it. Consider the following statements about the non-banking financial companies, NBFCs in India. Statement 1. NBFCs cannot accept demand deposits. That is correct. So NBFCs, basically they are like banks but not banks. Okay. Statement 2. All the NBFCs operating in India have to register with the RBI. All the NBFCs, they are saying that is incorrect. There can be NBFCs in the securities market would be registered under SEBI. There would be NBFCs in insurance sector would have to be registered under with the IRDAI. Only only some of them would be registered under the RBI. Okay. Others will have its different regulators, for example, SEBI, IRDAI, so on and so forth. So here, statement 2 is incorrect. When statement 2 is incorrect, this is gone and this is gone. But first we know is correct, so the correct answer should be 1 and 4. But still, let us have a look at other statements as well. Statement 3, NBFCs form a part of the payment and settlement system and can issue checks. No, in fact, they cannot do. They can issue check drawn on itself. In fact, they cannot do both of them. Are they a part of the payment and settlement system? They are not a part of it. Can they issue checks drawn on itself? They cannot issue checks drawn on themselves. So this is also incorrect. Statement 4, deposit insurance facility of Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation is not available to the depositors of deposit taking NBFCs. That is correct. What is this deposit insurance guarantee? If you are storing basically in the bank, let's say you have 10 lakh rupees, the bank goes bankrupt, you are 5 lakh rupees, up to 5 lakh rupees is insured. Even if the bank goes bankrupt, you will still get at least 5 lakh rupees. That is the deposit insurance guarantee which are present with the bank. This is not there for the NBFCs. So that's what it is saying. The deposit insurance facility of Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation is not available to the depositors of deposit taking NBFC, which is correct. So the correct answer here is going to be A, that is 1 and 4. Now let's move on to the last question of Indian economy. Now this is related to the multi-dimensional poverty index that is there. Now in the class I've told you that a multi-dimensional poverty index is brought out by UNDP as well, but taking cue from that, Niti Aayog has developed a modified version of it. What they have done is they have added maternal mortality. By adding maternal mortality, they are taking into consideration the maternal mortality rate or maternal health. Another thing that they have added is the bank accounts. So these two things are addition by the Niti Aayog. Knowing this, let us try to solve this question. Statement first, MPI is calculated using Alkire-Foster methodology. Yes, that is correct. So there is this Alkire-Foster methodology which is used for anything if you are calculating in a multi-dimensional manner, whether it is poverty, inequality, development, anything. For multi-dimensional method, this is a method that is generally used. Not for everything, but if you are calculating multidimensionally, Alkire-Foster method is generally used. So first statement is actually correct, but it does not help us. It just eliminates this option, right? Let us have a look at the second one. Multidimensional poverty index calculated by Niti Aayog has a total 12 indicators. So a total of 12 indicators. So calculated by Niti Aayog, how it is 12? See, basically it is 3 dimensions, right? One is basically health, one is basically education, and the third one is basically the living standard that is there. Now in health, UNDP has 2, but Niti Aayog has 3 indicators. Education has 2 indicators, and here UNDP has 6, but Niti Aayog has 7 indicators. So 7 plus 3, 10 plus 2 is actually 12, right? So second over here is going to be right. Third, maternal health and bank accounts are common indicators in the MPI of Niti Aayog and MPI of UNDP. No, it's not a part of UNDP's version. So third statement is incorrect. The only option that you are left with, option A, that is 1 and 2 only. I hope that's clear. So that is about it with respect to the Indian economy. Let us proceed with the other subjects and wrap up the discussion of your prelims. Thank you, guys.
So hello students, we would be discussing the environment questions from this prelims paper. So there have been considerable number of questions, but not as many questions as have been there in the past years. So let us start with the first, that is the 21st question. This is Tungurahua volcano, which was declared a global geopark by UNESCO in 2025, is situated in one among the following countries. Which one is it? Okay, this is a straightforward question that has been there in the current affairs, and the answer for this is A. Question number 21, answer is A. Then moving on to the question number 22. Question number 22, it says, it was, yes. So with reference to the Madhav National Park, which one of the following statements is or are correct? So first one, it was declared a tiger reserve in India in 2025. This one is correct. This is a correct statement. In fact, it was the 58th tiger reserve. Second, Sakya Sagar, which is designated as a Ramsar site, is situated within the national park. This is also right. Okay. But the third statement is something that is wrong, and it is given as area is shared between Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. This is not true. This is only in Madhya Pradesh. So effectively, the answer becomes B, 1 and 2 only. Okay, so the answer is 1 and 2. Next, going on to question number 26. Question number 26. So consider the following statements about Rheincollistes retusa. This is foxtail orchid. Foxtail orchid. So, so first thing, it is an epiphytic orchid. What does epiphytic means? Epiphytic means that it will utilize the branches of the trees and the trunk of the tree to climb up so that it can get to the sunlight. So this is correct statement. First, yes. Then the species is endemic to the northeast of India. What does endemic mean? Endemic means that it can be found only in this geographic area, and it cannot be found in any other geographic area. However, this is untrue because it can be found in other neighboring countries like Nepal as well. So second is wrong. So this is gone. Okay. First is correct. And then it is the state flower of Arunachal Pradesh and Assam. This is again a correct statement. So the answer is B, 1 and 3 only. Okay, so this is question number 26. Now question number 28. Now coming to question number 28. So we can see for the previous questions also. 26, this is the epiphytic orchid that we were talking about. This is present in Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, Thailand and Southeast Asia also. So the answer becomes B, 1 and 3 as we have discussed. So going forward to question number 28. Question 28. So the question asks, at the United Nations Ocean Conference, this was held in June 2025. June 2025 in France. The FAO, or the Food Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, it has demonstrated its leading voice on marine and ocean issues, especially on sustainable fisheries and aquaculture for resilient livelihood and blue transformation. Okay, so if we see at the options, which of the following combinations about the 4 betters proposed by FAO for blue transformation is correct? Okay, so here you will find that if you go to the website of FAO, and that is the specialized agency of United Nations, you'll find that it has already been mentioned: better production, better nutrition, better environment and better life. It is more about the sustainable kind of life or livelihood that we want to move towards. So here you can see better production, better nutrition, better environment and better life. So answer would be B. Okay, so option number B is right for question number 28. Now moving forward, question number 30. Question 30. So which one of the following is the first plan Vivo certified? It is certified by Plan Vivo, reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, RED Plus in India. We have known this at United Nations. In this you will find that there has been certain types of improvement of forest, and also that there is less amount of forest degradation that needs to happen. Slowly they are also going to improve
whatever amount of carbon storage is there within the biomass. That means the vegetation must carry more amount of carbon. Okay, it is simply a short-term carbon cycle that we are talking about when we are talking about the REDD+. Okay, in this the effort is made so that more amount of afforestation is taking place and more amount of carbon gets stored bound in the biomass. All right, and REDD+ is already in the news. Also, REDD+ is there with respect to our conventions. Okay, in the conventions chapter, and this is Plan Vivo. This is the first Plan Vivo certified. Okay. So about this project Plan Vivo, you will see that it was actually Khasi Hills Community REDD+ project. It is the first community-based REDD+ program. Okay, it talks not only about afforestation, reducing the amount of forest degradation, but it also talks about how much amount of carbon credits can be generated due to increased deforestation. And the third thing is about the communities. The communities also get involved in this process. So basically, it is a kind of a sustainable project. So answer for this is C, Khasi Hills Community REDD+ project. This is where? This is in Meghalaya. Okay, so this is C. Now coming to question number 31. Question number 31, it is more of a logical reasoning question if you want to see at it. Okay, you are not required to know the details, you are not required to know the actual numbers of the things that is there in the report. Let us read it. Question number 31, consider the following statements with reference to India's response to climate change. Okay, so first is India's long-term low emission development strategy is a crucial tool for achieving net zero emissions by 2070. As we all know, it is a common knowledge also that net zero, we have said that we may achieve it by 2070. Okay, net zero essentially means that the amount of carbon emissions you go for, the same amount of carbon dioxide equivalent is the thing that you are going to absorb. Okay, this is going to be there by 2070. And in this, we have also presented in one of the conference of parties our own LT-LEDS program. Okay, it is essentially about how can we move towards lower emissions through various kinds of interventions in certain sectors. Okay, whether it is transport sector, whether it is building sector. Okay, so this is our strategy of utilizing less amount of carbon dioxide or carbon dioxide equivalent. All right, so yes, so is it a crucial tool for achieving net zero? Yes, it is. Then second, India's fourth biennial update report submitted in December 2024 recorded around 8% decrease in the greenhouse gas emissions in 2020 over 2019. Okay, so this is also one of the correct statements, but however, even if you do not know this, let us see how the question is there and how we can come to the right answer. Okay, read the third statement. Climate resilient development necessarily depends on quick and short-term achievement of emission reduction targets. Okay, whenever we talk about whenever we talk about climate resilient based infrastructure or framework, we always want it to be in long term. Okay, we do not want the carbon dioxide emissions to be controlled in a short-term manner. Okay, because this is not going to lead to something that is sustainable. Okay, so this is something that goes against the principle of sustainability. This statement is automatically wrong. Okay. So let us see statement 1. Statement 1 is empirically supported by statement 2. What does empirically mean? It means that there is an observation. There is an observation in the report and it is something that is going to support statement 1. So yes, statement 1 is supported by statement 2. This is right. Second statement. Statement 3 contradicts the approach implicit in the statement 1. Okay. So statement 3, we have said that sustainability is not something that is being supported in the third statement. And the first statement is something that talks about long term. This is long term. Okay, long term. And since this is a statement which talks about short term, so it contradicts. It contradicts. So statement 3 contradicts the approach implicit in statement 1. Statement 1 talks about long term. Statement 3 talks about short term. This is again correct. Okay. Correct statement. Then statement 1 and statement 3 together establish the premise of long-term sustainability. This is wrong because one does so, but not the third one. Third one only talks about the short-term part. Okay, short-term part that the climate resilient should be with respect to the quick and short-term achievement of emission reduction targets. It does not talk about a long-term future of having the infrastructure based in the sustainability principles. Okay, so you have 1 and 2. So answer would be B. B is the answer for question number 31. Question number 32. Okay, this also has been in news. Okay, so this question is about with respect to Western Hulog gibbons, which one of the following statements is or are correct? Okay. Okay, so with respect to the Western Hulog gibbons, which one of the following statements is or are correct? So first thing is, a sanctuary in northeast is the home to this ape species listed endangered in IUCN red list. Is this the right statement? Yes. One is the right statement here. Okay, it is something that has been found in the northeastern part of India itself. Okay, and as you can look at the pictures, if you look at the pictures, it is always recommended whenever you are asked a question about species, you always should know where they are endemic to, and the second thing is you also should know how do they look like and them in their natural habitat. It always invokes what kind of features do they have. Okay, so second part, this first statement is right. They have specialized brachiation and can easily swing between the trees. As you can see from this picture, yes, they have a specialized brachiation. Okay, this brachiation mentions that they have long arms. Okay, they have long arms which enable them to swing between one part of the tree to the other without falling down. Okay, they have these kind of specialized features. Yes. Okay, so you can see this picture itself and you can see how it is carrying its offspring as well. So second statement also right. Third, they possess a strong and heavy build like gorillas, yet are remarkably agile tree climbers. Okay, so this is a wrong statement. As you can see, no, they are not very strong, not very heavy as compared to the gorillas, and this is something that would be clear from looking at the picture also and comparing it with the picture of gorillas. So this is something that is wrong. Answer would be B. Okay, for question number 32, answer is B, that is 1 and 2 only. Question number 33. Now this is from your static portion, that is the mangroves. Okay, so let us see which one of the following is the following best explains the rationale for protecting the mangrove ecosystems in the context of climate resilience. So we are talking about one type of mangrove ecosystems. Mangrove ecosystems are particularly the ones that are found in the middle, or you could say on the coasts. Okay, these are a kind of ecotone. They are a kind of ecotone. Why? Because they are in the midst of salt water, and that is the ocean water as well as the terrestrial ecosystems. Okay, so these need to have certain kind of modifications within their roots. Okay, so you can see on this right side what kind of modifications are needed in their roots. Okay, there are prop roots, there are adventitious roots. Okay, all kinds of roots. Specialization is there to sustain in a heavy salt tolerant environment. Okay. So first, mangroves, they reduce the tidal energy and store fresh water. Okay, even they are known to have certain kind of modification because of which they take up the salt water, and on their leaves you will find that there is salt secretions. That is fine, making them ideal sites for paddy cultivation in saline estuarine belts. Now this part of the statement is wrong. This part of the statement is wrong. It is not going to make it ideal site. It is not like it is a filtration system which will take in salt water and give out fresh water. It is not like that, and therefore it will not be something that is conducive for the cultivation of paddy. So this is first statement is wrong. Second, their salt sensitive roots filter city water, making mangroves key to converting coastal land into freshwater and aquaculture zones. Okay, so this is basically saying that already we have so much amount of saline concentration in the seawater, and mangroves will act again as a filter to give out fresh water and make it conducive for the cultivation and giving out fresh water and creating aquaculture zones. This is also wrong. Okay, so you will find that the mangroves are something that will do that for themselves. Okay, so we have known that the tree species will always have these kind of channels within them. particularly the vascular plants, will have xylem and phloem. Okay, so what kind of water will flow so that it can carry out its natural processes like osmosis, like transpiration? All of these has to be carried out, and in these you will find it is mostly on the trees that mostly on the leaves of these trees that you will find that there are salt secretions. Okay, so second statement is also wrong. This means it operates on fresh water but only for its own internal mechanism. It is not going to externally deliver those fresh water parts. Statement 3. By withstanding the tidal surges and offering biomass resources, mangroves function both as natural bioshields and livelihood bases for rural communities. Now, this is a right statement. Why? Because mangroves are known for multiple utilities. Okay, one, they are also known to be nature-based solutions. Okay, this was something that was in news also. Nature-based solutions. That means you will find that in event of cyclones or in event of any kind of tsunami, you'll find that these will act as a shield and protect the coast of the country. Okay, one is this. The second thing is it is also going to have variety of other trees and plants. These are also going to serve for medicines. Okay, so they are also used for medicinal purposes, and therefore this is also a correct statement. Right, so answer would be D, 3 only. So answer for this question number 33 is D. Now coming to question number 37. Okay, question number 37. So this is about Amur falcons. Okay, this was very, at the if you see this question, it might seem to be difficult, but then it is one of the easiest questions. You can see this. So it says, which of the following statement with regard to the arrival of Amur falcons at Doyang Lake, this is in Nagaland, each year from Mongolia is or are correct? Okay, so this was something that we had covered in our current affairs also. So this is first statement. Okay, it showcases how sustained local conservation efforts can contribute to the arrival and protection of the international migratory birds. Okay, this was something that was built up by the community. Okay, the conservation program was built up by the community because the community earlier used to hunt them. Okay, but later on, since their population had declined, they had turned towards becoming much more conservationist in their approach. That is, they avoided any kind of hunting of these Amur falcons, considering that these are also the migratory birds and something that they should hold as honor. Okay, so yes, this is a right statement. Question number 2. It reflects the global success of advanced tracking technologies that guide the migratory birds back to their stopover sites. Guide. Okay, so it is basically saying that the technologies, it is the success of advanced technologies that can help the birds to get guided from these technologies. Actually, it is inbuilt within them, and they are also, it is said that usually it is the magnetic intensity of the earth that they sense, and due to which they are able to arrive at a particular location. Okay, so this is a wrong statement. It is not about advanced technologies. It is about the inbuilt technologies that is there, and something that we also use to mimic in our own technologies. Okay, so second statement is wrong. The moment you eliminate second statement, B and C are gone. You only have A and D. Okay, so this is something that you could have derived from logical reasoning also. So this is second statement is wrong. So you arrive at, and already we have first statement correct. So answer would be A, 1 only. Let us read the third statement also. It confirms that Amur falcons are adapted to permanent residency in India due to favorable habitat changes. The thing is that all of these species, usually the migratory ones, they have different types of ecological niches. Okay, in different ecological niches, they carry out different types of ecological activities, be it related to food, habitat, reproduction, or so on. Okay, but this is not a permanent residence for Amur falcons. So this is again a wrong statement. Answer would be 1 only. Question number 37, answer is A. Coming to question number 38. So this is, which one of the following is or are the objective of rain-fed area development initiative under NMSA, that is National Mission for sustainable agriculture. Okay, NMSA is one of the programs under the NAPCC, okay, National Action Plan for Climate Change. Okay, it has several other missions. Okay, and over the years we have seen these missions have also expanded to more number of missions. Okay, so here first, encouraging monoculture in rain-fed areas. This is completely a wrong statement. Even if you think about it logically, monoculture would mean that you are making ecosystem much more vulnerable to certain types of pests, diseases, and in one go you could see that these would be wiped out. Okay. Moreover, you will also find that these monoculture plantations would be devoid of a lot of diversity of organisms, whether plants, birds, animals, and so on. Second, increase rice cultivation in irrigated regions. This is also a wrong statement. Coming to third, this one is right. Enhancing the productivity and minimizing the climatic risk through integrated farming systems. This one is right, and the answer is D. For question number 38, answer is D. Coming to question number 42. So this can be said to be a difficult question, okay, because you needed to know all the vertical heads. First of all, you needed to know this about this platform, that is Nirantar, and secondly, you also needed to know what are the verticals under it and which are managed by which of the following institutes. Okay, so first, which of the following statement in relation to Nirantar, that is National Institute for Research and Application of Natural Resources to Transform, Adapt and Build Resilience, a platform of institutions under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, is or are correct? So it is basically talking about creating a platform so that all the resources and all the research of various kinds of institutes that we have in India, all of it is collaborated and it is put on a single platform. Okay, so it is basically environment administration. All right, so first statement. Ecosystem survey and analysis is a vertical under this platform, the lead institute of which is Botanical Survey of India, Kolkata. Okay, so this is right. This is the right statement. Second, research and management of ecosystem service is a vertical under this platform, the lead institute of which is Central Zoo Authority, New Delhi. Okay, Central Zoo Authority is one of the authorities, but it is not the lead institute. It is not the lead institute. So this is wrong statement. Here you can read on the website of Nirantar itself, research and management of ecosystem service. Which one is the lead one? You'll find that it is ICFRE. The lead institute of this vertical is ICFRE. All right. So this is again wrong. So we have eliminated 2 here. And first is already correct. Answer would be B, 1 and 3 only. Okay. So even if you did not know the third one, you know from the first one itself, we could have known that this is the correct answer. B is the correct answer. But let us read the third part also. Capacity development support is a vertical under this platform, the lead institute of which is Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal. So this is also right. Okay. So in question number 42, answer would be 1 and 3 only. That is option B. Now question number 57, it has been something that has already been covered in your economics part, but still, a bond whose proceeds are used only to finance or refinance a combination of both environmental and social projects. It is called sustainability bond. Okay, sustainability bonds is always about, when we talk about sustainability, it is about 3 things. One is social welfare, the other is environmental conservation, and the third one is economic viability. What lies in between of all of these 3 things is sustainability. Okay, so answer would be C. C for question number 57. Now coming to question number 76. Question number 76. So this is a new thing that we have observed in the recent question paper, and this is something that has been one of the parts of the ethics. So ethics case studies. So question number 76. So 76, it is about a senior officer who was overseeing a critical vaccination program during a pandemic, and he has found that private service provider responsible for this vaccine distribution has not been there with respect to the quality standards. He has been compromised with respect to the quality standards for his own benefit. That means public interest versus private interest or personal interest. Okay, that is there. and then you will find that he has the principles of public administration has been learned by this officer, and therefore he wants to report the issue, and he has reported the issue to the appropriate vigilance authority and halted the contract to ensure citizen welfare. All right, so this is about an upright, honest officer who will be ensuring that the vaccine that is being delivered is of appropriate quality, and the one who is compromising the public interest for his own private interest is going to be brought to the books. Okay, so this is more about accountability. Okay, let us look at the other options. Aspirant de corps. This is more about the team building or team bonding. Okay, that means the spirit of team or the spirit of team bonding. Okay, so this is wrong. Aspirant de corps, A is wrong. Equity, it is about fairness and justice in the treatment processes. Okay, so this is also wrong. Accountability on the other hand, it is a combination of three things. One is answerability, second is responsiveness, and third is your enforcement. Okay, so answerability, because answerability will require that you justify whatever reasons through which you have decided that this particular vaccine is of the required quality standard. So accountability would be right. Delegation on the other hand is delegating, that means giving your work to the subordinates. Okay, transferring your authority to the subordinates so that they can effectively carry out the work. So amongst all of these options, it was accountability. Answer is C. Coming to question number 77. Okay, so it talks about a multi-ethnic society. Multi-ethnic society. Okay, and if you read the question, you will find that there has been an allocation of land for waste management facility near the tribal hamlet. Okay, so on one side you will have the public health concern of the urban bodies. That means you will need to dispose of this waste, and for that you are taking the waste land, and that is something that belongs to the tribal communities. Okay, so this is the crux of the story. That means we have competing needs. We are competing needs ensuring a sustainable outcome that balances environmental needs, tribal rights, and urban public health. All of these things need to be balanced. Okay, based on this, what are the suggestions that are given? What can we do? Okay, so first statement, a successful conflict resolution process must begin with acknowledging the cultural concerns of protesting tribal community before discussing the technical alternatives. This is a right statement, because whenever we are in a democracy, we want all the stakeholders to be involved in the discussion process. Okay, it is also about, democracy is not only about the majority rights, it is also about protecting the interests of the minority. Okay, so in this case we are involving the stakeholders, and therefore first one is right. Second statement, the government should move ahead with the project without delay to address urban health concerns which outweigh the sentiments of a small group. Now this kind of an approach which talks about the greater good for the largest number, this is a utilitarian approach, but this is something that is not very useful here, because here we don't have to, it is not something that would be right when we are going for an approach like the utilitarian approach. What we have to actually go for is the justice approach. Justice approach means that we are giving what is due to others. What is due to others is the rights that they have. Okay, so this statement second is wrong. That means you are not, because in a democracy you need to involve all the stakeholders, you need to look at the interest of all the stakeholders. Okay, and then get to a solution that is much more balanced in their approach. So second is wrong. If you just eliminate the second one, you will find that B, C, and D, all of these three go away. So we have only option A, 1, 3, and 4. But let us look at the third statement also. Create a multi-stakeholder dialogue platform, including tribal leaders, environmental experts, and municipal representatives to build mutual understanding and help de-escalate tensions. This is again something that points, that is in line with the option number 1 also. Okay, statement 3 is right. Fourth, okay, this statement says conducting an independent environmental and social impact assessment and sharing findings transparency with both sides to facilitate evidence-based decision making. Now this is also right. Okay, this is something that is directly in line with what we have in environment as environmental impact assessment. Okay, so this is again something that requires public consultation. Okay, public consultation so that social welfare can be carried out. Okay, so 1, 3 and 4, that is A. So question number 77, answer is A. Coming to question number 78. Okay, so this talks about that there is Miss X. Miss X is a civil servant and she has been there in the urban development department of a society. So during the approval process, she received a piece of confidential information that is indicating that one of the shortlisted contractors, had a past. Okay, the past of and he had allegations of poor workmanship and allegations of corruption in other cities, though nothing had been legally proven. This statement is important, though nothing had been legally proven. So HOD Mr. Y advised her not to disclose this information to the project committee or public because it could delay the project and damage the city's reputation. However, Mrs. X believed that withholding such information compromised transparency and public trust. So which one of the following should be correct? Okay. First of all, let us see the first statement. Immediately disclose the information to project committee and the public. The thing is that there has nothing been legally proven, and also it will amount to whistleblowing without without the homework being done at the right level. Okay, this means that you must always be sure and you must have always exhausted all your options before moving this information to the public. Okay, you must have exhausted all options because otherwise this will lead to the denting of the public institution image, something that is needed for the running of the public institution. So one is clearly wrong. Second, recommend removing the contractor from the shortlist to protect the project's integrity. Okay, so this is recommendation that is given. Okay, however, at the present base, when we talk about the previous history of this contractor, there might not have been any kind of proof of his misconduct. Okay, there might not have been any proof, and therefore this recommendation might be treated as wrong. Okay, because you do not have any kind of evidence. It is just that there were some kind of allegations. Third, propose a limited disclosure to an oversight committee while keeping the information confidential from the public for the time being. Now this is something that is right. That means if she has a doubt, then she should propose that there is some kind of issues that I have, and the committee, oversight committee, must be recommended that they must go through the recommendation again. Okay, so this is right. So answer is 3 only. Okay, but we can also say in this particular question, it is B3 according to us. Okay, but we can also say that the second statement might also be right in a certain type of case. So you could treat it as B or C. Okay, C, that is 2 and 3. Okay, most likely it would be B, that is 3. Okay.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello. Yeah, fine. Okay, let's get started. Quickly, this is all about telling you the answers. Okay. Now, most questions have come from notes and some short notes, all these that we will discuss later. Right now, we'll be only discussing what is the question, what is the answer. That is it. Okay. Because you are also very anxious to see it. So that only we'll focus on. Okay. My proof of what I have done, we'll see later. Now, let's get started. So this is first. Dhruv 64. Okay. We have discussed in everywhere. So basically, this is India's first homegrown 64-bit dual core microprocessor. Yes, this is absolutely correct. Then This one, this is the third chip fabricated under DERV program with an overall aim to enable the creation of microprocessors for India. Now, you may get confused by this DERV, okay, that is DERV 5. So basically this is Digital India Risk 5 framework. This we have discussed, correct? So this is actually the same thing. Answer is both 1 and 2. Then let's go next. So this is about Bureau of Indian Standards, BIS, you know now. So they have actually made a national standard to test and assess bomb disposal systems. Now, according to that, which of these are correct? Now, see, it was very easy to eliminate. Knowing the exact details was difficult, but elimination was easy. See how? If you read the third statement, it says it was developed by TBRL DRDO. DRDO must be doing something related to bomb and guidelines for it. That seems fine. Now, in collaboration with 30th Central Scientific Research Institute, Russia. Isn't this too odd? That some institution from Russia is deciding or helping us in forming guidelines. Very less likely. These are very simple guidelines, okay? And why would we collaborate with some institute from Russia? You must have read if something was like this. So this is absolutely a wrong statement. So third is wrong. Now, first and second. First thing, it will improve the interoperability of equipment across agencies, okay? And the new standard is known as IAS this 2025. Now, of course, you cannot know exactly about first statement that this is this only, correct? But if you see the options, that you can very easily eliminate. So you have to eliminate 3, gone, and now you are left with 1 and 2 and 1 only. Now, 2 seems like a very simple thing. Why? Because if you are making guidelines, now the guidelines will be same for every entity of military that uses all these bombs, correct? Now, if they have same guidelines, they will tend to have better interoperability. Very general, very simple statement. Yes, 2 also seems correct. Now, 1 is anyway correct in these 2 options. Answer becomes C, 1 and 2. Now, next. Now, this was little tricky, okay. X, born in the UK, was conferred the Nobel Prize in 2025. He was a professor in American University. When this prize was announced, identify X. Very difficult, okay. I can show you my PDFs and everywhere where I have discussed Nobel Prize winning people and what they have discovered, all that, but truly in the exam scenario, very difficult. Why? Because this guy got it for quantum tunneling. Now, this also was the person involved in quantum tunneling. Now, how can you know the history of them very well, that he only was from UK and then he was in American University? So very difficult to guess. Anyway, the answer is C, John Clark, for quantum tunneling. Then the physics Nobel Prize he got. Now, this was a very simple eliminatable question, okay. Similar framework we had seen for chess also. So here, if you focus, see, first statement is fine. This is about Grand Slam tennis tournaments. Now, if you read this, the second statement, it says they are open for entry to all internationally ranked tennis players above the age of 14. What do you think? Can Grand Slams be open for everybody who is above the age of 14? Then you and me should go and play a Grand Slam. Maybe we'll get tied up with maybe Novak Djokovic, and now I'm playing against Novak Djokovic. Does this seem anyway plausible to you? Of course not, correct? You cannot allow everyone. It cannot be a free entry, correct? So this is absolutely wrong. How can everybody play Grand Slam? Like in chess also, I explained you that eventually somebody gets to play candidates tournament or some important tournament. It is, any tournament like this is never open to everybody. That whoever comes, he can play. This is not some school competition, okay. In school competition also they say that दूसरे school का नहीं लेंगे, okay. So this is absolutely wrong. Actually, if you know, there are usually they field around 128 players and then they take some wild cards, some based on rating also, all that they take in a Grand Slam, okay. Then the second is wrong. Now, third is there is no such defined number of wild cards. No such defined number of wild cards. Wild card by its sense only is that you are adding some people as from outside whatever is the framework. So that is usually not very clearly defined. So third seems probable. Now, if you just eliminate 2, eliminate 2, answer. It was so easy to do. Now, the tournaments have a shared governance structure, establishing the partnership among the 4 Grand Slam tournaments. Yes, probably yes. Then, now, see this. This is about semiconductor power plants. Now, again, because they have asked the name, so it was difficult to guess. But if you would have read in news, so you may have some idea. Now that some idea I can tell you by which some people would be able to do this. This is Gujarat, Assam, Odisha. In all these three, you must have read something has been done with respect to semiconductor fabrication or some kind of packaging plant. All these have been done. Different times in news you must have read throughout the year. Now this actually is not in Madhya Pradesh, it is in Uttar Pradesh. But again, I will say that remembering all these is a bit tricky in the exam hall. If you just can get to that logic of which state it is, then you might get it correct. Otherwise, there was also a very difficult trick that they had put, that is CG Power and Industrial Solutions. Now CG is the short form for Chhattisgarh. Gujarat is matched with it. Actually, that CG here does not stand for Chhattisgarh. So this is actually a correct statement, but difficult to guess. Okay. Then let's go next. Let's say 49. Now this is about Bharat. Oh, okay. This has been discussed by the geography sir. Okay. Then, yeah, come here. This is again simple question from blockchain technology. Now, what does blockchain technology? Which of these features are correct? First, records stored in databases may be made visible to relevant stakeholders without risk of alteration. Correct. This is the core philosophy. Correct. So at least B you can eliminate. Now A, C, D are left. Now, copies of entire database are stored on multiple computers on a network, syncing within seconds. Yes, this is public distributed ledger, usually distributed ledger. So it is provided or available to many different systems. Correct. So this also seems correct. Then if you see the fourth one, mathematical algorithms make it impossible to change or delete any data once recorded and accepted. Yeah, usually you cannot really go back in the blockchain. Correct. Then last consortium blockchain is a blend of public and private blockchains allowing selective data access. Now consortium blockchains usually provide selective data access, and usually they are a consortium or a mix of many other different private organizations. Okay, now they have added public here as well. Now there may be some consortium where you have this, but otherwise as a general statement, if you want to find out if some statement is wrong, then most probably the third is wrong. Little tricky to identify, but otherwise if you see the options, in most of them you have to eliminate 2 options, which is not really possible. It is, if you look it in very simple and general way, then 1, 2, 4 seems the correct answer, that is C. Then next question, yeah, next question was 60. Now 60, again we have done this when we were doing that PDF, just the last minute PDF that I gave you. So basically what is this? This is about rare earth elements and critical minerals. Now again, one very simple statement, okay, that was written there was, there are 17 rare elements. Correct. Remember that. Here what it says, rare earth elements are a set of 13 metallic elements. Is this correct? So this is absolutely wrong. This is not 13, this is 17 metallic elements. So fourth becomes wrong, fourth eliminated. Now between 1 and 3, and 3 only you have to see. Now again, if you see this second statement, very easy to eliminate. China has the highest share in mining of rare earth elements. Yes, this we know. Followed by India. Is India the second? Huh? Do you think? If you know, if you have read any news, you will know that India is not at all leading in rare earth elements. In fact, we are facing shortage of it. Correct. So we are nowhere close to second. We are not even in the top 5, top 10. So this is absolutely wrong. So second statement is definitely wrong. Now first and third, this also we talked about, that India recently released National Critical Mineral Mission in 2025, where they declared 30 as critical minerals. Correct. And then they added also one, coking coal, that also we did. Okay, so this is absolutely correct. Third is also correct. First is a very generic statement, of course it is correct, nothing much here. Modern technological innovation including artificial intelligence, robotics and space exploration extensively utilize REEs. Correct? So this is absolutely correct. Answer becomes A, 1 and 3. Simple. Then next was genetic medicines. Now see this again, one very extreme statement has been given for you to solve this very easily. So genetic medicines alter the entire DNA sequence. What do you think? Will it change the entire DNA sequence? No. Wherever there is an issue, that part it will change. Of course, you understand this. So of course, third is wrong. Genetic medicines will do what? They will cut some part they will be inserted, some corrections they will do. That much only they can do. Entire DNA you can make a new organism. Of course, this is wrong. If you just eliminate 3, you get to the answer, that is 1 and 2 or 1 only. Now you see the second statement. Now engineered viruses and lipid nanoparticles are used as carriers of genetic medicine. Yes, we have read this in recombinant DNA technology, correct? So there we have seen that these viruses, especially adenovirus, if you remember, then lipid nanoparticles, all these are actually used in genetic engineering as a carrier, correct? So this is also correct. Now if you look at the option, so second also is correct. Now first is of course correct. Genetic medicines correct or compensate for the faulty genes responsible for the disease. First is correct, second is correct, third is wrong. Answer is C. Very simple. This time I think who will clear this prelims will be decided by science and tech. So in total there are 19 science and tech question, 1 sports question that I have covered here, 20 questions. Out of these 19 questions, students who have done it well, okay, from anywhere, or my students who have done well in this, they can get easily 13-14 correct, easily, okay, and this will decide everything. Then but people tend to not do science and tech properly. Then let's see LLMs. So this is large language models. Again, third statement, extreme, eliminate very easily. LLMs produce unbiased outputs, correct? One of the major challenge that we read about LLMs, large language models like ChatGPT, is biased content. 3 you eliminate, again you are left with 1 only and 1 and 2 only. Now read second statement. It says LLMs process data through mathematical optimization to minimize prediction errors. Yes, this is what LLMs do, correct? Constantly we have learnt about 3-4 things that it does so as to give you more accurate results each time. So yeah, those are mathematical optimizations. Yes, second seems correct, first is of course correct. LLMs assigns probability to the next possible word. We remember tokenization, then next word, probabilities, possibilities, it used to divide it. Then which had the most possibility, that word comes next. So this is also correct. So answer becomes B, 1 and 2 only. Then now stealth. This was a good question, okay. This was also covered in notes. So stealth is what? So stealth is some technology through which your aircraft, your missiles or anything can be hidden, correct? Now first, stealth objects have a very small radar cross section and coated with radar absorbing materials. Is this possible? Yes, radar absorbing materials are generally used here. So what happens? I also talked about IIT Kanpur has developed one meta material which would absorb all these signals, and because of that you won't be getting the radars or the stations that are trying to detect, let's say, your aircraft, they won't be getting any signals back, correct? So this is absolutely correct. Then stealth objects can be detected using specific frequencies. Yes, correct, certain frequencies only work here. Very generic statement, of course it cannot work for all frequencies. So second is also correct. Now third, stealth objects are coated with metamaterials to increase the scattering of electromagnetic radiation. Why would it increase the radiations? Correct. It will do 2 things. Either it will absorb all the signals, or it will do something that we know using devices and all, or some decoy devices, that it scatters it in different directions. Increasing the scattering? No. Why would it increase? It wants to be hidden. So third is wrong. First and second are correct. C becomes the answer. Then this was a good question, okay. Now here you had to apply something, though we have covered this in current affairs as well. So basically this was about black boxes that was used in the modern aircrafts. If you remember, after that crash, they sent this and they try to find out what was the reason for it. Now first, Let's read the third, second, and first like this. Now, their memory units are made using either stainless steel or titanium. Now, both of these are very strong, so maybe, but maybe not. Let's see some other statements. They record both the cockpit voice and flight data. Yes, of course, this is what black box was for, correct? So, second is absolutely true. Nothing can change second. Then, now, they carry a beacon emitting red light pulses to facilitate underwater detection. What do you think? Will it release red light? No. Inside water, what you use? You remember sonar? What was that? Sound waves. Sound waves are used inside water. Why? Because electromagnetic waves will be mostly absorbed by the water. If you want to guess anything, how deep is the ocean? Correct? What you don't send electromagnetic waves. You won't be getting the reflection. Water absorbs most of it. What you send? Sound waves. Correct? So if you are talking about now, where will this fall? This will mostly fall in water. Correct? So they carry a beacon emitting red light pulses to facilitate underwater detection. So if it is underwater, will EM waves work? No. What will work? What will work? Sound waves, correct? So if you just understand this basic core concept, then of course it has to be sound waves, not EM waves. Not EM waves, that means not even red light. So first is wrong. If you just eliminate first, answer becomes B, 2 and 3 only. Then next, about green hydrogen. Again, this I have told on the Telegram channel also that this is most probable that it will be asked. It has been asked, and the question also is the same that we thought of. So basically, this is about green hydrogen. Now, green hydrogen is something where you get hydrogen using electrolysis as a process, and for electrolysis, what you use renewable energy. Correct? This is what is done. Yeah. Now, so first statement is absolutely wrong. Is decarbonized hydrogen obtained from natural gas reforming combined with carbon capture and storage? This is absolutely wrong. Correct? What is this? This is blue hydrogen. Correct? Carbon capture and storage. This is blue hydrogen. So first is wrong. Then it is produced using electrolysis of water with electricity generated by renewable energy. Is this correct? Yes. Okay. This is green hydrogen defined. Then National Green Hydrogen Mission of India aims for abatement of nearly 50 million metric tons of annual greenhouse gas emission by 2030. What do you think? Correct? This is also a factual thing. This is also correct. If you just eliminate first, then you get to 2 and 3 and 2 only. This you must know that 50 metric million tons is the target in National Green Hydrogen Project. Answer becomes 2 and 3 only, that is B. Then next. Now, this is about InSpace and some other agencies. Now, first is absolutely correct. This is InSpace is an autonomous agency formed to facilitate participation of private entities. Yes, this is the main autonomous regulator that we have in for space sector. Next, Anikul Cosmos launched the world's first flight using 3D printed rocket. Maybe you don't know. Skyroot Aerospace has developed liquid fuel for GSLV. What do you think? We have GSLV from more than a decade, much more than a decade. How do we have GSLV? Was there any company like this, Skyroot Aerospace or something like this? The space sector was not even open for them. Correct? So GSLV is made by the ISRO itself. Correct? So they didn't have any role, or some government agencies may have some role, but Skyroot Aerospace will not have any role in making fuel for GSLVs. So most probably third is wrong. If you just eliminate third, then you are left with again 1 only and 1 and 2 only. Now this is a toss up. This is actually correct. So this was in news. Okay, Anikul Cosmos, they have made 3D printed rocket engine. This was in news. If you have read, then it's fine. Otherwise also you can choose between 1 and only and 1 and 2 only. This is actually correct. This is C. This is the first question where I think some people may not know this and they can get wrong to A also, but usually people tend to think that a statement that they don't know and does not seem very wrong is correct. So maybe they will go for C. This is the first question I am telling. Otherwise, most questions you can do. Then next, again, very good question. Very good question. Okay. Now, it is asking about drone swarms. Okay. Now, see this. very simple logic of science is being used here. It says these are drone swarms. Swarms, you understand, that means a lot of drones that are communicating with each other and are trying to accomplish a mission, correct? Now, they use terahertz band of frequency to communicate with the command center. Now, when I have taught you about 5G, 6G, all those many different technology, what I have always told you, that if the frequency increases, the range decreases, correct? As frequency is being increased, range is getting decreased. 2G towers, you used to have one tower in entire village and it used to work, correct? Then you started having more towers in 3G, more in 4G, then in 5G. So as frequency increases, what tends to decrease? Range tends to decrease. Now it is still in gigahertz. If you remember, 3 gigahertz, 2.4 gigahertz, 5 gigahertz, your Wi-Fi, correct? So now, if you want to, if these drones want to communicate with the command center will be somewhere far off. So you need more range. Will you get more range by this terahertz? Terahertz will have very, very small range. So this is absolutely wrong. Just by this, see, they wanted to check only this thing. And you get to the answer, that is 2 and 3 only. Yes, these are correct. Individual drones are communicating with other drones. This is what swarm means. Then GPS spoofing is one of the commonly used technique to counter it. Yes. So basically they start, GPS spoofing is just like behaving as a real object that is sending the GPS signals while it is some kind of decoy. So this is GPS spoofing. So this is absolutely correct. Answer becomes B. They were only checking that terahertz concept. So answer is B. Then next, Genome India project. Okay, we have covered all the time. So Genome India project, one thing that I always start this part is I tell that Human Genome Project was not covering Indians well enough. That's why we decided leave Human Genome Project and we will make our own Indian Genome Project or IndiGen, correct? So Genome India project is that project that we talked about. It is part of Human Genome Project? No, that was the main issue, that they had not covered us well. So first is wrong. Then this project was funded by DBT and Government of India. Yes. The primary aim is to build a catalog of genetic diversity of Indian population. Yes, of course. This is why you are making Genome India project. 10,000 Indians, if you remember. Okay. So if you just eliminate one, again you get to the answer, that is B. Then next is National Quantum Mission. So National Quantum Mission, both of these statements are absolutely correct. This is about intermediate scale quantum computers with 50 to 1000 physical qubits. This is the range, and there are 4 thematic hubs. For example, quantum computing, quantum communication. So there are 4 hubs like this that they have under this National Quantum Mission. Both of these are absolutely correct. Answer becomes C. Then next, India's Deep Ocean Mission. So what is this? This is the, if you remember, Matsya 6000, correct? So basically, is this launched by Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways? Do you think they will do all this? Deep Ocean Mission, port, shipping, surface only. Who will go inside? The Ministry of Earth Sciences. So first statement is absolutely wrong. Matsya 6000 is going to carry 3 people to deep space exploration. Absolutely correct. Samudrayan is a project under this mission. Yes, correct. So 2 and 3 are correct. First is absolutely wrong. Again, just eliminate one, get to the answer. They are checking only one fact because they have to give answer key. Okay, so they are not middling that much this time. So answer is B. Then next is Sudarshan Chakra. Okay, as expected, a question on this, a very simple question also, very easily eliminatable. So Sudarshan Chakra of India, we have read that this is about India's air defense, ballistic defense, all these combined, full scale capability we want to achieve. Now, if you read the third statement, so this is also mission is for precise, attack, strategic, all that is fine. Now, one of the aims of the mission is to cover all public spaces of India by an expanded nationwide security shield by 2035. Is this possible? All public places? All, entire India, such a big piece of land in the world. Of course, this is incorrect. All important public places. Okay, so certain places have been designated as important, maybe for some religious reason, maybe for some institutions or anything like that. So those are actually trying to be, those have to be covered. Of course, all public places is not possible. So third you can eliminate. Again, third eliminate, third eliminate. Now 1 and 2. So 2 is also a very generic statement. Mission is being designed to enhance rapid, precise, powerful defense response, reinforcing India's strategic autonomy. Yes, correct. So answer becomes B. That is 1 and 2 only. Then next, last two. Now this is India AI Impact Summit. Again, very easy by elimination. If you read the second statement, you need not even read it whole. It says as a binding framework to support locally relevant research. Can an AI Impact Summit usually they don't have anything binding. How can a summit usually have something so much binding? AI Impact Summit, nothing has binding has come out of it. Correct? Very rarely you will get something binding out of some kind of agreement or some kind of consortium or some kind of summit like this. Very rarely, and that you will read all over in news. It will become such a big thing. Binding is a, you are saying all the parties and everyone that came in that conference, those hundreds of countries, they will have binding regulations on them. For that, they will have to pass proper laws and everything. It is not that simple, correct? Nothing like that happened. So second is definitely wrong. Now, if you just remove second remove, second remove, second remove, answer that is 3 only. Now, if you read the first statement, this is also actually wrong. So this is people planning and progress. No, this is people planet and progress was the motto of this summit. But even if you don't know this, this was all about eliminating second. Now, the New Delhi Declaration on AI Impact was structured around 7 chakras. Yes, this when we were discussing the India AI Impact Summit, we talked about the 7 chakras. This is absolutely correct. So 3 only becomes the answer. Then last question. So basically this was little tricky. Which of the following defense hardware is manufactured in India? Now, Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter jets, this all these are from Russia first of all. Now, this India makes, HAL makes in collaboration with Russia. This we have talked about in class also. We have written this. So this is correct. Now, third is absolutely wrong. We have read what are the different kinds of submarines, correct? So these three, Arihant class, if you remember, this is what make us nuclear triad, then Kalvari and Sishukumar, correct? Then Akula class is purely Russian. We have imported some of their submarines, but we don't have any role in making them. These three we make. Some completely indigenously, some we take help from other countries. So this is wrong, this is right. So first is correct, third is wrong. So third is wrong, you eliminate, first is correct. So now you are left between A and C. A and C are left between. Now, T90 Mk3 tanks. Now, this is tricky, but in all probability, if you want to go on one side, people tend to go for that. This might also be correct. So you can go here, but again, there is no logic. Ultimately, the reality, the factual reality is that this also by Russia and we manufacture it with collaboration, in collaboration with them. So answer is A, 1 and 2 only. Then I think we are done. Yes, we are done with science and tech. There were 20 questions that we discussed here, 19 of them from science and tech, 1 from sports, and most of these questions were very doable, much more doable than what you got in history and polity. So please focus on this subject. It is being given a lot of importance, not as much as you people give. Okay, so that's it. And now the other faculty will continue. Thank you.
Hello folks, so we will now be looking into polity and IR questions. Just let me know if I am audible to you guys. I'm audible, right? Okay. So we will see polity and IR questions. It's there from your question number 79 onwards we will be discussing. So this is a D series paper. We will be seeing from your polity and IR, which will start from your question number 79 onwards. Okay. Yes, we have come to this. Now, look at this. Let's just read out the question, then I'll tell you. X was addressing a seminar on the meaning of the term of law. Okay, so they're asking for term of law as provided under Article 13, Part 3 of the Constitution. Article 13, Part 3 of the Constitution of India. X explained that the meaning of the term law. So what are they asking here? Meaning of the term law in the Constitution of India was very comprehensive. It included ordinances, orders, rules, regulations. Up until now, does this feel correct? Yes, Article 13 has a extensive definition of law. Why pointed out that the term law in Article 13 also included custom or usage having in the territory of India and the force of law, to which X was not convinced. But X ka statements are correct. Law means it includes rules, regulations, orders, ordinances. Y ka statement custom or usage also is correct. So here both X and Y are correct in telling that yes, this is how it is. So what have they asked this? Based on the above, select the correct conclusion from options given below. X is correct in the interpretation of law, including the view on non-inclusion of customs. No, this is wrong. Up until here it's correct. View on non-inclusion of customs is wrong. The view of why that law included in custom is not correct. Now this is also wrong. The view of both X and Y are correct. Yes, both of them have been holding that X is telling this is correct, Y is telling this is correct. So correct option is C. The last option is the view of only Y is correct is wrong. Okay. So online class, I am audible. Yes. Okay. In any case, you feel it was not audible, just let me know. Okay. The next question, 80th question. Consider the following statements with reference to the Constitution of India. Okay. Consider the following statement with reference to the Constitution of India. There is no article in the Constitution of India that specifies that Constitution of India will be officially called Constitution of India. No, the aspect that there is no article is wrong, because there is article 393 which tells that India, Constitution of India will specifically be called Constitution of India. Okay. There is no article in the Constitution of India that specifies that the Indian Independence Act of 1947 and Government of India Act 1935 stand repealed. No, again this is also wrong, because there is article 395 which tells that Indian Independence Act of 1947 and Government of India Act 1935 stand repealed. There is no article in the Constitution of India that mentions 26 January 1950 as the date of the commencement of Constitution of India. Again, this is also wrong. There is Article 394. So, what are they asking? Which of the above conclusions based on the above statements are correct? We saw all three were wrong. So, correct option is D. There is, oh no, not sorry, D. It is B. There is no correct statement. Okay. Next, 81st question. Which of the following statements with regarding to the persons with disability in India are correct? Okay, we'll see the statements. The Right of Persons with Disabilities Act, an act passed by Parliament of India in 2018, mandates reservation in education, employment, places legal duty on government to ensure accessibility and non-discrimination. If you see this question here, a Right of Persons with Disabilities Act was not passed in 2018, it was passed in 2016. Okay, which mandates reservation in higher education and employment and places a duty on the government. So the first statement becomes wrong. Second, the Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan focuses on achieving universal accessibility for persons with disability across three key domains: built infrastructure, transport system, information and communication technology. This statement is correct. So, first one is wrong, second one is correct, third one. The National Divyangjan Finance and Development Corporation is a public sector organization set up by Ministry of Corporate Affairs as a not-for-profit company to promote entrepreneurship among persons with disabilities. Now, don't you think this comes under your Ministry of Social Empowerment? Why will Ministry of Corporate Affairs come here? So, this is also wrong. Both 1 and 3 are wrong here. So, what is the correct option? Only 2 was correct. Option B, 2 only. Okay, next is 82nd question. Online class, I am being audible to you, right? Please respond. Now, consider the following statements about the provisions pertaining to the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes in India. Provisions regarding the administration of the tribal areas in the states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, Mizoram are given in the 5th schedule. See, here it is a classic question between your 5th schedule and 6th schedule. Okay, your 5th schedule we have told except 4 states, right? Your Mizoram, Assam, Tripura, right? So here they are trying to just confuse you with respect to the 5th schedule and 6th schedule areas. It is not 5th schedule. So this option is wrong. Second, some tribes of India are entitled to exemptions from paying income tax on certain incomes. Yes, this is correct because again based on the area and based on the occupation. The Constitution of India provides for reservation of seats in Panchayat for women belonging to scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. That is where we see your 33% reservation. So this is also correct. So the correct option is 2 and 3, right? So what are the options? There are 2 correct statements that include statement 2. This is including statement 2. Yes, okay, up until now it's correct. There are 2 correct statements that are statement 1 and 3. No, there is only 1 correct statement. All 3 statements are, so this is the correct option. There are 2 questions, correct statements that include statement 2. Okay. Next. This is a very classic question where you cannot make a mistake. It's more of a direct static question. So, types of question. You know, Parliament usually every session begins with your question hour. Question R pe there are different types of question. So this question is just based on types of question. Starred questions means important question which need to be answered orally. Because you are answering orally, follow-up questions can follow. That is, they can ask supplementary questions. Next type of question is your unstarred questions, where you don't have to give an oral answer but a written answer. Now for a unstarred question or a written answer, you cannot expect supplementary answers. Let's look at this. Consider the following statements in respect of questions asked by the members of Parliament of India. Unstarred questions are those which a member desires an oral answer. No, unstarred question is not oral answer. It is your written answer. Starred questions are those which member desires a written answer. This is just they have interchanged the answer. No, starred ones require oral answer. No supplementary question can be asked on an unstarred question. Yes, because it is written answer. This is correct. Which of the following conclusions based on the above statement is correct? All three statement is correct is wrong. Two correct statements is wrong. There is only one correct statement is correct, and that is statement 3. Okay. Yes, online class. Okay. Understanding up until here? Now, let's look at this. It is based on your committee question. This is also pretty much straightforward only. Consider the following statements about the committees on welfare of scheduled caste and scheduled tribes of Parliament of India. Now, first option, although members of this committee are elected from both houses of Parliament, the chairperson of this committee is appointed by chairman of Rajya Sabha. Now, the chairperson of welfare of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe is not appointed by chairman of Rajya Sabha but by Speaker of Lok Sabha. So, first one is wrong. Second, 20 members are elected by Rajya Sabha and 10 members by Lok Sabha. They just interchanged the numbers here because 20 members is from Lok Sabha, 10 members is from Rajya Sabha. Okay, next. No minister except for the Union Minister of Social Justice and Empowerment is eligible to be member of this committee. Now, if you see the statement, it is contradictory in itself. No minister means no minister. There is no exceptions in this. So, except for Union Minister also is wrong. No exceptions. Strict rule is minister cannot be a member of this committee. Now, fourth one. Members are elected for a fixed term of 2 years from the date they enter the office. No, it is not 2 years, it is 1 year. So, you see all the statements are wrong here. Which of the following conclusions based on the above statements is correct? There are 4 correct statements, there is only 1 correct statement, there are 2 correct statements, there are no correct statements. The correct option is there are no correct statements. Okay, 85 already it is dealt with, same as with respect to your 86. Next we will be discussing 87th question. This is from your current affair question. Which one of the following statements about zero first information report, your EFIR, zero FIR were all coming into news. So they are asking about zero FIR under Bharatiya Nagarik Suraksha Sanhita. Okay, which of the above statements are correct? A zero FIR can be lodged at the police station even though the place of commission of cognizable or non-cognizable offence is outside the territorial jurisdiction of that police station. See, first of all, if you see the whole concept of your zero FIR is a person should be able to lodge an FIR irrespective of the jurisdiction. They should not be burdened by that. But here the keyword is it is either cognizable or non-cognizable, but your 0 FIR is only for cognizable, not non-cognizable. Okay, so because they have told cognizable or non-cognizable, the statement becomes wrong. Okay, second statement, the officer in charge of the police station where a 0 FIR has been lodged may, with the permission of the competent authority, initiate a preliminary inquiry. Yes, this statement is correct, wherein it has been held that first they have to see, okay, what is this, then they will see whether it is what kind of offense, let's say 3 years to 7 years, that timeline is also given, and then based on that they will initiate a preliminary inquiry. Okay, then they will forward the input to the concerned jurisdiction. Under 0 FIR, it is obligatory for informant to furnish information electronically. Obligatory, okay? No, here it is not obligatory that it should be electronically. They can also take orally plus electronically. So this statement is also wrong. First is wrong, third is wrong, only second is correct. So what have they asked? The answer here given pe, which of this is correct? It is D, 2 only. Understanding? Now, what have they asked here? With reference to the organization under Government of India, consider the following details. So we have to see which ministry it falls under. Okay, so that is the question. Online class, you're following with me? Okay, first one, Central Economic Intelligence Bureau. It coordinates between various law enforcement agencies and it falls under Ministry of Home Affairs. Now, economic intelligence, it comes under Ministry of Finance. Next, Serious Fraud Investigation Office, they are telling it's coming under Ministry of Finance. No, it is under Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Lastly, CBI, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pension. This is correct. CBI comes under Ministry of Personnel and your Public Grievances. So of this, which of the rows are correctly matched means there is only one row and that is the third row. Okay, so this one is the correct one. Okay, so this is with regarding to your ratification of the conventions. Okay, so which one of the following international conventions have not been ratified by India? They are asking not been ratified. Employment Policy Convention has been ratified. Abolition of Forced Labor Convention has been ratified. Look at this, International Convention on Protection of Rights of All Migrant Workers, Members and their Families. No, we have not ratified this. Geneva Convention related to the protection of civilian persons in time of war, not a signatory, not ratified it. Convention on Reduction of Statelessness, now we have not ratified it. So the correct option are 3, 4 and 5. This also is discussed earlier. Your 90th question. 91st is also discussed in your AI summit. Okay. Next question. Okay, this is your straightforward IR question. Okay, with respect to ASEAN countries, Association of Southeast Asian Nation, if you see, which of the following connectivity projects are a part of cooperation between India and ASEAN member countries? Kaladan multimodal transit transport is between India and Myanmar, okay, through your Bay of Bengal connectivity. IMT trilateral highway, this is again between your India, Myanmar and Thailand. You just have to know here the main thing is your ASEAN countries. Next, Agartala Akhura rail link, this is between India and Bangladesh. This does not come under your ASEAN country, it comes under South Asian countries. So the first two are coming with respect to ASEAN countries, the third one is not. So select the correct answer, it is A, 1 and 2 only. Okay? Clear up until here? So what are they asking? Match list 1 and list 2 projects which are supported by India and which country it belongs to. Okay, this is a straightforward question which you will get from your current affair itself. Here the correct option will be B. What does that means? Your restoration of Store Palace. It is in Afghanistan. Okay, it was recently in news. Your Prime Minister was the one who was trying to do virtually in your Kabul and all. Next, C. District Hospital in Dekoya. This is also in Sri Lanka. Institute of Security and Law Enforcement Studies. This is in Maldives. Your Mangdechu hydroelectric project is in Bhutan. Okay. These questions only if you know you will be able to answer. It was straightforward from your current affair. The correct option is B for this. 93rd question also was just discussed previously. Now this. Look at this. Consider the following statements about platforms for multilateral cooperation. The Colombo process is a regional consultative process in which states take binding decision by consensus. Now here the correct option is they take non-binding decisions. They take decision by consensus, but those are not binding. Okay. Online class you're following. Okay. Next. So that is why this statement is wrong. The Abu Dhabi Dialogue is a voluntary, non-binding consultative process among Asian countries of labor origin and destination to facilitate regional cooperation on contractual labor mobility. Yes, this is correct. Now, the third one. The Global Forum for Migration Development, created upon the proposal of former UN Secretary General, is a voluntary forum where decisions are non-binding in nature. Correct. This is by your Kofi Annan. Understanding? So, here 2 and 3 only are correct. So, option C is correct in this. Okay. Next question. Consider the following UN organization agencies: World Food Program, United Nations Children Fund, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, International Labour Organization. How many of the above have been awarded the Nobel Prize? See, all of them here have been awarded the Nobel Prize, but they are asking have been awarded the Nobel Prize twice. So, among these, the only one who has been awarded the Nobel Prize twice is your UNHRC. So, here it is A1 only. You are able to see the question, online class. Okay. Here also they are asking with respect to UN peacekeeping operation and period of your operations. Okay. So here the correct option is B. Now if you see with respect to these peacekeeping operations, your UNMIL stands for United Missions for your Liberia. Okay. Your yes, online class, it is correct. your MINURCAT is for your Central Asian countries. Your MINUSTH is your mission for your Haiti, and your UNMISCT is for your East Timor. Okay, so what is the options? UNMIL was in the year of 2003 to 2018. Your MINU, that is your Central Asian Republics, is for your 2007 to 10. Next is your Haiti. Haiti is in your 2004 to 2017. East Timor is for your 2002 to 2005. Okay, this is also another match the following question only. Okay, what is the question here they're asking means match list 1 and list 2. Here if you see, they have given the options. Okay, the correct option here will be C. What is the C if you see? Okay, first and foremost, recently the things that came into current affairs, BIMSTEC Energy Center was in Bengaluru. Okay, so this has constantly come into your topics where they have been trying to discuss. Okay, based on that they've ended up asking this question based on the secretariat also. BIMSTEC Cultural Industry Observatory is in your Thimphu. Understanding? Your Thimphu is your Bhutan. Okay, then if we see with respect to weather, BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate, it is in Noida. BIMSTEC Technology Transfer Facility is in your Sri Lanka, Colombo. So the correct option which will match here is option C. Next question, this is directly your corpus question. So if you see, which one of the following pairs is not correctly matched? Now, 3 corps is your Dimapur, this is correctly matched. 4 corps is your Tezpur, this is also correctly matched. 14 corps is in your Leh, that is correctly matched. Again, why did it come into news means recently the person who's controlling or taking over the position, a lot of changes kept happening in this, that is why they bought about this. 33 corps is in Srinagar is wrong. Srinagar is 15 corps and the 33 corps is your Siliguri in West Bengal. Okay, so here the wrongly matched one is D. Now, this question is a straightforward question only from your revamped Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan. Which of the following statements with respect to revamped Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan is correct? The period of its implementation is 1st April 2021 to 31st March 2026. Yes, this is correct. Straightforward current affair question. The key objective of revamped Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan is to develop the governance capabilities of the Panchayat Raj institution to deliver the sustainable development goals. Basically, they were trying to do it with respect to governance. So, they will be able to deliver good governance. So, this is also correct. Next, the share of the central funding for the revamped RGSA is 100% for all states and union territories. No, 100% is only for union territories. For your center and state shares, okay, it is 60 to 40. So this is wrong. The correct option is 1 and 2 only, which is option A. Okay. Last question of UPSC series. Which of the following countries are members of European Union? So European Union has almost roughly your 27 countries, in which you see Poland and Germany are member countries. Belarus and Switzerland are not your EU member countries. So they're asking which countries are the members. So which is 2 and 3 only. Even though they work closely, they are not the members. Your Switzerland and Belarus. Member countries are only your Poland and Germany. Okay. With this, we have completed your polity and IR questions. Online class, any doubts? Okay. Hopefully, you've completed all the questions. Let's see how the cutoff, how much are you faring. Okay. The cutoff will be very shortly predicted by Legacy IAS Academy. Do check that out.
Yes, so all right guys, I believe you have gone through the detailed analysis of this year's 2026 UPSC prelims question paper. So that's about it from our end. We will also be coming up with a podcast with respect to the detailed analysis of the trend and the cutoff, so stay tuned for that. At the same time, after that, what we'll be following is the CSAT live paper solving on YouTube, on our YouTube channel. So stay tuned for that as well. And anyone who is having any doubts with respect to any questions, of course, you can share your doubts in the chats. We'll of course come back to that as well. UPSC, very interestingly, this year is going to be releasing the answer key as well. Right, so let's wait for the answer key. But very interestingly, since UPSC is going to be releasing the answer key, one thing that we have seen in this GS paper is there are not any such questions which can be said to be confusing in nature or might be having multiple answers. Nothing of that sorts, probably because UPSC is going to release an answer key, so they have kept it quite objective and factual in nature. Right, so stay tuned for our CSAT discussion as well as the podcast on the trend, the analysis, as well as the cutoff for the GS paper. Thank you so much.